of experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos.
Supervisor meeting to order. We'll begin with roll call.
Chair McCourty.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern. Here. Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Good morning.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here. Okay, next is the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to have Supervisor Jurdy lead us. Next on our agenda item is public expression. I invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest. Members of the public of chambers shall stand up at the podium with 6 feet apart. Members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raise hand feature by clicking on the raise hand button on the bottom portion of their screen or by pressing *9 if they're calling from Zoom meeting via telephone. As you come to the podium, would you please announce your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair McGurty, Supervisors, John Sakowicz, Chicaya. I come to you today asking you to examine whether or not one of your members is fit to serve. If Congress can expel one of its own from ethics violations without a criminal conviction, then perhaps you can examine one of your own. I'll explain. During the Board of Supervisors meeting on October 17th, during agenda item 4E, at timestamp 3 hours, 51 minutes, 30 seconds, at that exact time, Supervisor Jurdy flagged a conflict of interest that went unheeded by both this board and county council. Supervisor Jurdy said that Supervisor Maureen Mulhern accepted a donation from the applicant for the Simpson Lane Mitchell Creek exclusion zone and did not recuse herself from the vote. This appeared to be a blatant conflict of interest. The vote wasn't a mere vote on general policy for countywide cannabis industry, It was a specific vote that primarily affected one person and no one else. That person was Brandy Moulton. California fair political practice records show that indeed the applicant for that zone, Brandy Moulton, made a campaign contribution in the amount of $520 to Mulhern. In fact, Brandy Moulton does not live in Mulhern's district. She doesn't even live in Mendocino County. She lives in Chico. After Jurdy pointed out the conflict, no one did anything. You sat in silence. Chair McGurty and Deputy Counsel Charlotte Scott sat in silence. I have researched a list of other cannabis farmers who have presented similar conflicts of interest in very specific exclusion and inclusion zone matters before this board. There were never any recusals. There is more, much more. Supervisor Mulhern has been taking federal COVID relief money, SBA loans, and prime grants from Mulhern Marketing, which it would seem has no real employees and no real clients. Mulhern Marketing seems to have no assets and no revenues. Indeed, Mulhern Marketing may be a shell company that exists only on paper. In any regard, Mulhern is a full-time member of this board who is making $97,000 a year plus a generous benefits package, all paid for by the people of this county. More to the point, Mulhern may have made false claims in order to receive those federal COVID relief monies. $15,000 in 3 prime grants. $1,000 made on May 2nd, 2020, $9,000 on December 7th, 2022, $5,000 on December 6th, 2022, and a COVID SBA loan, $5,100 on July 27th, 2020. Adding it all up, Mulhern got $20,100 in federal relief monies at the same time she was making $97,000 in salary plus benefits. To put this in context, according to Data USA, the median household income in Mendocino County is only $56,000 a year, and 1/3 of our residents are eligible for food stamps. Final point, Mulhern does business as 3 different business entities.
John, your 3 minutes are up, so wrap it up, please.
Yes, Mulhern Marketing, JLP Insurance Services, and Ukiah Valley Network Agency. So I ask again, if Congress is repulsed by someone like George Santos, why aren't we expecting more from our leaders here at home? Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I just like an opportunity to let the record reflect that before I was a supervisor, I was self-employed as an insurance agent. Mr. Sakowicz has his facts incorrect. I also operated a co-work space in downtown Ukiah through Ukiah Valley Networking Agency. My personal finances are really not Mr. Sakowitz's concern, but occasionally I do use Mulhern Marketing to make extra funds when I need to do that for my family. So, you know, I appreciate Mr. Sakowitz's concern and interest in public government, but my personal finances are really not the interest of this board. And just regarding Ms. Moulton's contribution to my campaign, I had a cannabis specific event when I announced that I was running for supervisor in 2019, which was well before I was a supervisor and before I voted on her project. So although Mr. Sakowicz presents a lot of information, his facts are incorrect.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Gizmo, and I am a resident of Redwood Valley, so I'm going to make this pretty quick. Me, at the County Climate Action Advisory Committee, in accordance with my mandate, would urge the Mendocino Board of Supervisors to adopt a moratorium on all permit applications for petroleum fueling stations or for new petroleum fueling stations or fueling station expansions in the county. This policy, in accordance with efforts in Sonoma, Napa, and Marin counties, ban all new fossil fuel stations. Furthermore, I would urge the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance requiring all existing fossil fueling stations to provide a fuel tank removal plan to the county Planning and Building Services Department by 2025. By adopting the suggested policies, supervisors could show leadership in the fight against climate crisis. and ensure the future generations have clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and healthy land to live on. Sincerely, Gizmo. And I would like to take the extra moment that I have to remind folks that we are here making decisions about people who are 2 blocks away and on the right-hand side down the road. And if they are not allowed to come here as citizens because they are going to get a cut card instead of credit to voice their own opinions, that we need to take the responsibility and realize that we are making decisions right here in this room that affect people who are down the street and on the right, 2 blocks down and on the right. So please keep that in mind, that people are citizens even though they aren't 18 years old. And also keep in mind that, like I said again, if they decided to walk out of school and come here right now, they probably would get a cut card instead of credit for participating in their government. So please, when this comes to the board, if it does in the future, that we need to remove fossil fuel stations in the future and not allow them, and also make sure that there is money to clean up what is left behind. Because what I see in our downtown are tombstones of industry that have been left behind that are going to cost us money to clean up, that our future generations now have no place to put their small business. Furthermore, these could contaminate our water source, which we are now continually drawing from. Thank you for your time, and please consider no new fossil fuel station permits. Thank you.
Gizmo, if you're concerned about students being able to come and speak before the Board of Supervisors, you should have a discussion with the Ukiah Unified School District. Go to their meeting and do public comment to them.
If I can remember the gal's name right offhand, I've spoken with their
Deborah Cuban.
Yeah, and I'm Ms. Cuban, and I'm spoken with their student leadership there, because they do have a climate action committee down there. And the reason why I'm speaking myself and not with GRI or anyone else is because I was here when you mandated the word action, and we have not taken any action. So we need to make sure that that word stays. And so right now, I consider myself the only climate action committee in this county. And now that the state and federal government is willing to give millions of dollars to us, we need to make sure that we keep our climate action.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. Please bear with me, I may need an additional 15 seconds. I want to speak for many county residents when I say we are extremely frustrated with the direction of the current county administration and its lack of leadership. The reputation ratings of our officials are extremely low, even negative. Trust has disappeared. Effectiveness has disappeared. The severity of our many county issues does not appear to be a wake-up call for this board, as evidenced by your agendas meeting after meeting. You simply don't tackle big problems. You avoid, you deflect, you defer. At the board meeting January 4th, 2022, I said, quote, "This county cannot afford its budget. The county is the second largest employer in this county. How does that make sense? The cannabis industry here has collapsed. What do you think next year's budget is going to look like when we are not a business-friendly county, already having lost 21% of businesses between January and July of 2021? When the lack of cannabis funds that have been the backbone of this county finally catches up, it's going to be catastrophic." Close quote. And here we are, almost 2 years later, and talk of a $10 to $17 million deficit is upon us. We don't even know exactly how big the deficit is. Aren't you embarrassed that you still don't know how bad our budget deficit is? The Cannabis Department, that's another embarrassment. So far this budget year in 5 months has a total department revenue of $33,865.41. I'm told that the larger portion of this income will be received in April, and yet with a budget revenue projection of $990,000, I severely doubt the Cannabis Department will even come close to reaching this amount of revenue. Cannabis was supposed to be our budget savior, yet we made the regulations and costs so burdensome and lengthy that most have abandoned the industry altogether. How many of these abandoned properties have uncollected taxes on the tax rolls? Thousands, I'm sure, not to mention the amount of environmental impact they have caused, leaving behind thousands of hoops, plastic, vehicles, and trash, and even the cannabis still hanging. Our mountainsides are now littered beyond belief. What's the plan to clean those up? This board continues to play role of innocent scapegoat, but you are not. All the lack of budget reporting was blamed on Ms. Cubison. She's been removed from office for 48 days now. Have you received the reports you were so eager to get? Has the 22-23 budget been closed? What's the update on the state audit? If this board truly wanted to support its elected officials, why wasn't Ms. Pierce sent over to the auditor's office sooner? Why, through all this chaos, has the CEO not been held to task? This county runs on taxes, and when we are behind in collecting and assessing, our budget looks the way it does now, in the red by millions. I have a simple question by way of example that this board knows nothing. When is the next default property tax auction? We haven't done an auction since 2019. To sum up, the trend of consolidating more power under the
Carrie, your time
CEO's
is up.
office
Carrie,
only
thank
goes
you.
to show the board's lack of vision.
Carrie, your time is up. No. 3 minutes is the limit, dear. Okay. Carrie, stop, please. Okay, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I spoke with Ms. Shattuck earlier in the week, and we had gone over some of the budget numbers that I'd gotten from Deputy CEO Hallman, and it turns out that the cannabis brought in $3.1 million last year when it was actually budgeted for about 1.5. So it was over $1.5 million extra in that regard. So that's a positive. And that the other numbers, talking with the cannabis department, they're seasonal, and so we're expecting that the impact on the net county cost for the cannabis department will be much lower than it was last year. And that's what I'm getting from the department and the analyst. So thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Next.
Good morning. Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. I'd like to give you guys an update on both the Assessor's Office and the election. We're on track for sending our supplemental notices out on a monthly basis. If you recall, in September we sent out about 100 notices, and in October about 115. Just before Thanksgiving, we were able to send out an additional 294 supplemental notices for about $14 million. Now remember, again, I think I say this in my sleep, that this figure, 14 million, is not prorated and it's preliminary numbers. So, that will most likely change. And, I need to give kudos to the IT department because we wouldn't be able to get these reports without them. So we're working on better reports and, hope for those to be out and a little bit more specific and accurate and stuff like that. We hired one more appraiser who is going to be our rover. She will help throughout the county and not just one specific territory like the other appraisers. Once she gets a little more training, we have her scheduled to help with the coastal area from Mendocino down to Gualala, and to catch up that area a little quicker, and then we'll go from there. With the help of the CEO and the Board of Supervisors, we're in the process of getting everything ready to recruit 2 more appraisers and additional appraiser tech. So now we're faced with where are we going to put them. So we're kind of rearranging things in the office. We hope to get some extra space somewhere to where we can have a partial file room so we can have 2 more appraisers right there on the landing where they all work. It's important for them to work together. We work independently, but as a team, and everybody pitches in to help train and get the new appraisers and techs, ready to go out in the field. We're looking into a company now who claims that they can scan in our parcel records and apply the characteristics into Aumentum, which would be a godsend. It's very time consuming to put the, your 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a laundry room and a great room and everything into that system. So we're really hoping that this will be our saving grace and get all that done a whole lot sooner than it looks like we're going to. On this Friday coming up, December 8th, is the last day for candidate filing. So unless the incumbent fails to file, and then that is extended through Wednesday. We encourage the candidates who have not completed their declaration of candidacy filing paperwork to come in sooner rather than later. We don't want to jeopardize their correct ballot designation or anything that we have to look up and verify. So that's very important. So far, out of everyone who has filed a 501 notice of intent, we have 3 candidates who have completed their filing. So I need you in the office. I need several other people in the office so we can finish that candidate filing. Political signs can start going up tomorrow, so please make sure your filing is complete and your signs are up. We have political sign notices that we would send to the county, and then for the county-wide races, or if you have a city within your district, you need to go to that city to find out what those specific. Question?
Not a question, but a comment. Thank you very much. We met on November 21st with our finance team and Katrina to discuss how to improve our efficiencies on assessment and tax collection, and she was extremely cooperative and helpful, and I feel after that meeting I felt much better, and I think that we're going down the right path for improving the ability to raise more income through properly assessing and taxing real estate here in Mendocino County.
Thank you. It's just not an overnight thing. It is going to take, it took a while to get it here, and it's going to take a while.
Supervisor Williams.
Would you like to be on the agenda so that you don't have to come at public expression or provide reports? Is there a better working arrangement for you to give us regular updates?
I'm actually happy coming and doing what I'm doing. If I'm busy and I can't make it, then, good question. I like doing what I'm doing because then I can go back and go to work.
And as everyone knows, the county is in a predicament where in order to pass upcoming balanced budgets, either we need to cut costs or we need more revenue. I know it's putting a lot of pressure on your team. All eyes are looking at your office. Can you bring in millions of revenue? After seeing up close the work that's involved and the way the system takes the data, I can't help but think adding a couple staff members won't be enough, that if we want to see millions in revenue, we almost need to double the size of that office for the next 5 to 10 years. There's a lot of delay, even if we staff it properly. And so I guess I'm curious, between the assessor and the board, what direction do we want to go? Do we want to live with a very slow, incremental sequence of improvements, bringing in nominal boosts in revenue, or do we want to really staff the office as a sort of a one-time, multi-year effort to catch up? And it's hard to have a discussion in public expression, which is why I'm wondering if we should have a regular agenda item.
Yeah, I would suggest that it may be appropriate to add an agenda item. If you want to have it regular, I think that's fine. But if the board wants to take any action, you're going to need to have something on the agenda to be able to.
So does the board and the assessor want to have an agenda item to discuss our strategy? And I'm not pushing us in any direction on strategy, but I think it'd be good if we had a clarification where we think we're going.
I can answer that question. Yes, we do. And then we've actually are working collaboratively as 2 elected offices to come back with a plan, which CEO Antle and her finance team are working on. And I expect there will be an item in January for us to talk about what we're going to do as part of sort of our holistic way of trying to get our county financial house in order. We have to look at how we spend money and also how we bring money in. And I find that Ms. Bartolome is being a very cooperative partner in this, so expect something to come back.
And last, when that comes back, could it include a projection so that we know what to expect in the coming years?
Yeah, we have we're working on a plan that will have cost of doing that particular item. There's probably at least 4 areas that we're going to address, and it'll have a cost and kind of timeline with it for implementation and expectations. But based on my own experiences of having been a member of Ukiah Unified School District and watching us go through something very similar in 2009 to 2013, it's about a 4-year cycle from when you go into a trough to when you come out. So I think everyone needs to recognize that these kinds of problems aren't fixed quickly. Supervisor Jordy.
So Katrina, it sounds like good news, progress being made. Could you just sort of give a little bit more of an overview of some of the phrases you used, because they could have gone right past some people. So for example, you talked about supplementals being sent out. So this, for example, would that be an example that would be someone builds a house, gets a building permit, they came through the front door, everybody knows who they were, and but it took a couple years for the approved building permit, the final building permit, to translate into an appraiser adding it to the tax rolls. Would that be an example of a supplemental?
A supplemental notice is whenever there's a change in ownership or new construction that's either in progress as of January 1st or completed. And so what we do is we would send out a supplemental notice for change in ownership from the previous owner's assessed amount to the newly assessed amount at fair market value. And that would be the difference. For construction, it would be your previous amount plus your progress at a fair market value or your completion, and then go from there. The supplemental notices allow the taxpayer 60 days to call us and say, wait a minute, I don't understand this, to where, maybe we made a mistake, maybe, we had a good one the other day that a person got a great deal on their house. I mean, they paid under $400,000 for it, but after we completed the assessment, the fair market value was over $700,000. So he came in, but once we showed him everything, then that we have to assess it by law at fair market value.
So, and just further clarification. So your staff, your office was very understaffed. Funding was approved, but it was hard to hire people, especially during COVID, and it had gone from 12 approved funded appraisers down at one point down to as few as 4, I think.
2.
Down to 2. And so anyway, the salaries have been adjusted upwards. You're making progress in filling positions, as you've just reported. And but again, the supplementals would be kind of what would normally be kind of routine assessments. People, again, who came through the front door. They got a building permit, they purchased a property, was recorded with the title company, but there was a backlog of those. And I thought I heard you say there were about $14 million in assessed, that were sent out recently.
Right.
Are these somewhat like one-time funds in the sense that there might be 2 or 3 years of back payments in that lump sum of $14 million?
With the corrections and everything, and no, it's not. And it's not a prorated. So you could have bought your house in May, but the end of the fiscal year is in June. So we still attach that fully assessed value from your May to June, but it would be a prorated by the time it comes to you. So once the 60 days has expired, it goes to the auditor, and they do what they need to do to extend it, and then it goes to the tax collector. So we don't know, we deal in assessed value. That's all we deal with. We don't deal with how much taxes am I going to have to pay. That's down the line, not.
So for clarification, was the $14 million in assessed valuation, or?
Yes.
Okay, not the actual taxes to be paid.
Right.
Okay. And then just finally, just for clarification, reminder for everybody, the county collects the taxes for everyone, all local governments. So about 60% of the property taxes that we send to the county actually go to the schools. Some, if we live in a city, some fraction, a fairly small amount goes to the city or might go to a special district. So even though we all write our check to the county treasurer's office,
Correct.
countywide, only 30 cents on the dollar of it stays with county government. So I just
And
want to make
that's
sure.
the auditor's office, not
Yeah,
me.
I just want to make sure that people understand that when they hear these numbers, like, wow, the county budget's all solved.
Right.
Well,
They're
no, it's a
preliminary and not prorated.
Yes.
So, and also, you know, when you buy a house, you pay your taxes from the day, you know, you owe your taxes on pretty much your purchase price or the fair market value from the day you purchase it on. So you may be paying taxes on the old owner's value, but then once it gets caught up and everything is sent out, that catches those taxes up.
Okay, and then finally, since property taxes in California are set at 1% of valuation, there could be some voter-approved add-ons, but it's essentially just a tick over 1%. If there's $14 million in new assessed value established, then it's a little over 1% of that is what is the annual property taxes to be collected by the county, of which the county keeps about 30 cents.
Right. And remember, they're preliminary. So, you know, they may not be correct. So we would correct them before it would be extended to the certified and extended to the auditor.
Thanks for the clarifications.
Supervisor Hasjack and Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. You talked about the transfer of data and this company that you're going with that will help facilitate that.
We hope.
Is there any kind of timeline and cost associated with that?
I'm sure there is. We don't even know what that is yet. We have some parcels that we've already scanned into our system, so we wanted to send, you know, some of those or have them do a test to see what would happen, how it would all, you know, work and everything. I haven't seen it yet. IT has, just at a conference that they went to. So they're arranging for a demo and everything in the near future.
Okay, that sounds very promising. Another question, and we have this Williamson Act issued later today, but just overall, you know, my understanding is we have over 2,000 parcels in the Williamson Act.
No, we have about 6,000 parcels, I believe.
Oh, 6,000, okay. And there was a question raised about how do we kind of ensure that they're compliant with the conditions of the Williamson Act?
We send out surveys. At the end of next year, we'll send out another one. I'm still finishing up the surveys that were sent out a couple of years ago. But as long as they return those, they're in compliant, they have the income that meets the requirements, then they're brought forward. The ones that aren't in compliance will most likely go, and I haven't been through this process yet, but from what I understand, the ones that I find that are not in compliant or they haven't returned their surveys, we will send out notices and the board will act on that to find out if they do go into non-renewal or not. If they send in their survey late, but they send it in, then there's still that possibility that they would be considered in.
Okay, so they're self-certifying, really?
Yeah. Under penalty.
Okay, thank you.
I know in the past that the Department of Ag, Mendocino County Department of Ag has also worked with the auditor, the assessor's office on that.
Chair, I think we're into an agenda item.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
If the board would like, you could certainly direct that an item be placed on the 19th for further discussion of this item.
Okay. Would we do that?
Is that the pleasure of the group? Okay, and are we able to fit it into the agenda, more importantly?
Well, I think you're the chair.
Well, we already have some things queued up, so we'll make every attempt to do so.
My thought is we're having the same discussion, whether it's in public expression or a notice agenda item.
Now we
Better
do
that
have,
we be proper.
excuse me, we do have our public notice, our public meeting in 2 weeks for the Williamson Act, and that's where we went from a 10-year contract to a 9-year contract, and this is a normal procedure for us to go forward with.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming down and
Thank
talking
you.
with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Morning. Thank you, Supervisors. Is it possible to make a comment on item 3AE at this point? The item is to release a notice of completion and a surety bond release for an improvement that was done on Greenwood Road. The county staff is aware that a lot of the subcontractors haven't been paid, and I would plead you not to release that surety.
So that's coming up next is our consent calendar as soon as we're done with public
Yeah, I know, it's
expression.
way down the road. I didn't want to sit here all day. So, thank you. I'd plead that case now.
Yes, that's what I said.
Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey, and I'm the field representative with SEIU Local 1021. We started negotiations with the county for a new contract about 9 months ago, way back in March. We have met with the county's bargaining team almost 20 different times. Our team has consistently come to negotiations prepared with creative ideas and strategies to support county staff, to encourage recruitment and retention, and to make sure we can provide the absolute best services that our resources can support. Unfortunately, we do not feel like we have an equally engaged partner in this process. Too often, your representatives have not been given the opportunity to engage and work with us to find mutually agreeable solutions. More often than not, they have said that you have not given them the authority to bargain. Our contract expired more than 5 months ago. It's time that we get this settled so that your employees can plan, budget, and move forward with their work. We, and I believe county residents in general, are frustrated with the county's failure to be transparent. We are still waiting on basic budget information that we requested back in February. We understand that you probably share our frustration, but you are the ones in a position to remedy it. That we don't have a final audit for 21-22 should be a concern for all of you. You are putting the county at serious risk with your failure to get the county's financial house in order. This information is critical for a good portion of the county's funding. In addition, many of the comments coming from the board only make things worse, creating distrust in the community, unnecessary panic among staff, and reluctance from outsiders to come to join the county team. It's time to stop the hand-wringing and take action to stabilize things and move forward. The board's failure to reach agreement with its employees is harming the county and the quality of county services. We are losing long-term experienced staff as frustrated employees are choosing to retire early or are looking to other counties that provide more certainty and stability. Public health is an example of a department where we've seen units losing key staff. Our county faces serious public health concerns, and we cannot afford to lose valuable, experienced employees. People are attracted to public service because they are passionate about serving the public. It's not a job that's going to make anyone rich, but when well managed, it can provide staff with a high level of satisfaction and a sense of purpose. To be able to do the work, though, employees need to be able to support themselves and their families. We're asking you to reach an agreement with your employees on a fair contract so that we can refocus on doing the important work of providing vital services here. The employees need to know that you have their back and will do everything you can to support them as they work to support our county. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO. As your board will recall, since the retirement of your air pollution control officer, we've been working to make the Air Quality Management District a stronger and more resilient entity. Your board has supported the creation of a Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer position to help create more of a stronger path of succession within the district. During this time, we've also been working with Lake County and their Air Quality Management District under an MOU to receive air pollution control officer services from Doug Gerhardt. We're going to be extending that MOU. We're asking your board to extend that MOU at the meeting in early January. But I'm here today to tell you that, well, to publicly introduce our new Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer that we're very pleased to have on board, Ephraim Lopez. And with that, Ephraim is here today, and we'll let him come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Steve, and good morning, members of the board. My name is Ephraim Lopez. I'm the new Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer for the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. I wanted to formally introduce myself to all of you members and to the general public watching today. In addition, I have a few exciting updates to share with you and anyone else interested in the public. The district's currently accepting applications for the Carl Moyer program. Solicitation is open as of 12/1/23, and it'll remain open for 30 days until 1/1/24. For more information on this, please visit our website or reach out to our team. The main line is 707-463-4354. Feel free to reach out for any type of information on the program. And as a reminder, we're in burn season, and you're welcome to drop by our office to fill out our burn permits for the season. Lastly, you may check if it's a burn day on our website or by dialing the burn line number, which is 707-463-4391, and following the voice prompts. Thank you all.
Well, welcome, Ephraim. We're really glad that you're here, and as somebody who is on the ad hoc that chose you, we worked hard to find staffing, and we're really pleased that we now are moving forward with our mission to make our Mendocino Air Quality Management District more effective.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? Is there anyone online?
Seeing none online.
Okay, so with that, we will close our public expression and move on to agenda item number 3, which is our consent calendar. Clerk, have we established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any items that people wish to pull for separate consideration on the board? Supervisor Jordy.
Just for comment and questions. 3E.
Okay, so item 3E has been withdrawn at the request of the department.
Oh, okay. Well, I still have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have was on the consent calendar, I guess, 3E, which was a grant application for $1.7 million. And I just thought it'd be nice to hear a little more specific about what was the intent of the application.
Swan Malala, Executive Office, and Kelly Henson with Grants Division. The RCC grant with Strategic Growth Council was intended to form a climate collaborative. However, staff started working with some community partners and found the application was not competitive, so we are withdrawing the application. But it doesn't mean that we are not continuing the work. We will continue to work with our community partners for, form projects and partnership. It's just the application will not be moving forward.
For clarification, it sounds like the grant originally envisioned was more for coordination and discussion. I'm curious if there are grants available from the Strategic Growth Council that are more towards implementation rather than planning and discussion.
We're not aware of it. We can look into it. Our team is actively looking for projects, and this could be on our list for the lookout.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Hasjak.
Well, we had the public comment about item 3AE. So I'd like to hear some more about that, see if the Department of Transportation has any comments.
Okay. All right, well, that's what's up next is public comment and items on the consent calendar. So, Mr. Whiff, if you would like to, this is your opportunity.
3AE.
This is a time period for public comment on anything on the consent calendar, so if you're ready, Mr. Whip, you may speak. If there's anyone else in the room who also wishes to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'm Ernie Whiff, a general contractor. I was contracted with the, thank you, supervisors. I was contracted with the company that did the improvements on Philo Greenwood Road and Cameron Road, and before you is a item to release their, to give them a notice of completion and release their surety bond, and there's quite a few of us subcontractors that haven't been paid. So I don't know how this ended up on on the calendar today, I would believe that they would have to clean up all of their debt before their surety is released.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I agree with the speaker. I share the concern. And I have an additional concern. Having driven that road, I was asked by residents to drive it. I've driven it several times. It's covered in water and really bumpy. And it may be that we got what we paid for and that this is just what we can afford. But I would like the road crews to go out there, take another look at it, and make sure that it meets our requirements, that we're getting the benefit of the contract.
Councilor Curtis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest getting some comment from DOT. We did flag for them that this may be something that they may need to speak to. I would just note the resolution itself does not call for the immediate release of the bond. There is it contemplated to be a 30-day period for any claims, lawsuits, et cetera, to be able to address the issues. So we might need to go a little bit further into detail as to what exactly they're planning.
Mr. Chair, if the clerk could bring Howard DeShiel into the meeting, he is on Zoom, please.
Well, I have no objection to the process if all the subs have been paid. You know, I would hope that the staff could verify that with the subcontractors that worked on the
Okay, we'll find out here shortly.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So Council Curtis is correct. The process of defining that the project is complete needs to happen in order to trigger certain periods of time for various bonds to run out. The subcontractors have a process by which they need to file what we call a 20-day notice or mechanics lien in order for them to perfect claims against those bonds. I don't know if WIF Construction and the others subs have done that, but it is part of a process. I might also add that if the board did not take action on this, there is also provision in Public Contract Code that states that so many days after succession of work, or that the work is activities have ceased, that notice is implied. In other words, the prime contractor has a right to get an end of date. So it triggers these other processes that the subs need to perfect through civil actions they take against the prime contractor, and the county can pay them out of those bonds if that's demonstrated. There is a process. That's that part of the question. As to Mr. Williams' comment about the water standing on the road and some areas that are weak or bumpy, the crew has looked at that. We agree there were some areas that were in dispute, but I also remind the board that when I came to you for the authorization to advertise an award, I identified a certain amount of work that would be done by the county crews prior to the job commencing, what we call AB 720 noticing. It's in the letter. And most of those areas can be tied back to base failures, deep failures that the crew tried to address, probably didn't go deep enough. We don't really have a way to go back on the contractor and get them to fix that. They fixed many things that were imperfections in their work. So Supervisor Williams is correct in that we got all we could for what we paid for, and the crew does expect in dry weather next year to go in and try to correct some of those deeper failures and even build up some of the areas that are bird bathing or ponding. So I'll take questions from the board.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, not attributing any culpability to contractor subs or county crews. It's a pretty bad road right now. People who are driving in are writing to me saying it's horrible. Why did you do this? And I drove it and thought it was pretty bad. It's a rough road, and so the idea that we just spent millions of dollars and this is the outcome. You know, if this is going to be characteristic of our 20-year plan implementation, I think we have something to discuss.
Well, I will admit I haven't driven it recently. I did drive it right after it was completed and before my injury. And it was pretty typical of the types of jobs that we've done on, say, Flynn Creek Road and the other roads, or Springs Road, the same process. So I do expect we'll have to go in and correct some of the worst areas, but it was very rough before we did the project. So I guess I would think it is an improvement over what we had. There are some areas that probably need addressed that, the fix didn't quite work, but overall, at least right after the project was done before my September injury, it seemed better to me than it had been.
Would it make sense for the director to drive it before we approve this item?
Well, I can't do that right now, Supervisor. I guess I could ride with somebody, but I've had my staff out and,
Could your staff give a written report of how they would characterize the quality before we approve this item?
You have a memo from my staff that basically says they feel that the conditions of the contract were met. So I don't know what else we would change. I guess what I'm saying is I doubt we could at this point, after we had discussions with the contractor, had certain punch list items addressed, and they did go back and make some pretty significant corrections. I don't know. I mean, obviously the 5 of you will either vote on this or not vote on it today. I guess what I'm saying is, sure, we can go back out and drive it again and give another report, but it's our feeling that we got everything out of the contract that we could.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I think this would be appropriate for a separate agenda item, but I think a lot of this has to do with the customer experience when you have a chip seal where you don't conclude it with a cape seal over the top. So for example, cities will do chip seals every once in a while because roads are not in total failure and it extends the life of the road. It's very cost effective. The county, because we have so few dollars for so many miles of roads, the county, when it does a chip seal, it doesn't add a cape seal over the top. So what happens is the public drives over it after the project's completed and rocks kick up all over the place. It doesn't feel great, but 6 months or so later, the rocks will have left the road. Some of them will have left the road or have been driven down into the sub base or the other material there, and it will feel smoother in 6 or so months. Same thing happened in Simpson Lane when the county chip sealed that. People were complaining, well, why did you cape seal it? Or why did you chip seal it? It seemed in better shape, but they were preserving the asphalt below the chip seal. Same thing on Sherwood Road outside of Fort Bragg 4 years ago. So it's really a product of the type of application that the city or the county goes about without adding that extra cape seal over the top. And so, it would cost something more to do that extra cape seal. The question is how much more? Is it an extra 5, 10, 15%? I think the department should give us a presentation at some point to explain the cost differential to do what the cities do rather than what the county does.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I appreciate what Supervisor Georgie just said. Additionally, I think it's a problem that we have a new chip sealed road that has water puddling up, large areas of water puddling up. I don't think it'll last if that continues. We didn't fix the crown on the road. So this may have been a pre-existing problem, and we didn't ask the contractor to adjust it. We chip sealed over it, and we have the same problem that originally led to deterioration.
Yeah, there seems to be an issue here of appropriate technology for repairing some of the road, and I think it would be worth having a discussion with Director Dashiell about this, about what standards you want to hold our repaving to. I think there's also the importance of moving along and paying our bills and getting completion on the contract. So what is the pleasure of the board on this? What would you like to do moving forward?
Well, Chair.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
So it seems that, there's an engineer's report on this saying that they did do the work, they did what they were supposed to do, And so our task here right now is to approve this contract, kind of authority and complete it. So I think the other questions are a bigger one for, another day, but right now, we're just dealing with this issue.
So keeping it to just this issue, do we have assurance that the subcontractors have been paid?
Director Dashiell, are you still with us?
Yes, again, Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. Again, the subcontractors have a business, a business contract with the prime contractor. The government agency, through bonds, if subs can come back through the process of the mechanics lien and demonstrate that the prime has not paid them, then those bonds are in place for different periods of time to allow them to do that. I don't know if the subs have all been paid. I believe what Mr. Whiff said earlier today, they probably have not been yet. And then for them to be paid directly by the county, they need to take up a process with the prime contractor under the rules. So we can't just start paying subs out of bond funds. They need to follow a process to do that.
And Mr. Chair, if I could add to that, I just in case there aren't, the public or the subcontractors are not particularly familiar with this, there does need to be certain particular notices that the county receives before any payments can be made out of the bonds. And this is going to trigger this action. Acknowledging the completion of the work will trigger some of their timelines, and they're going to need to act within those timelines to get the right paperwork on file. If the prime contractor fails to pay them, and if they are then going to be seeking to be paid out of bond or other source.
Okay, so this is basically a completion notice of sorts.
I believe that notice of completion is explicitly in the action.
Okay.
So can we leave it on the consent calendar?
I think we can. Unless someone...
Move approval of consent calendar?
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, so we've had public comment. I think we're ready for a vote. What's that? Oh, we have one online. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Related to item 3T, where the removal of the Director of the Cannabis Program position from full-time employment from the roles. We understand that there is not a cannabis director at this time, and certainly Senior Program Manager Sarah McBurney is doing an excellent job, being very responsive and collaborative. But what the department does not currently have is a planner position type person who is able to engage and make decisions that don't rise to the level of the general government committee or the board. And so this role has been vacant for some time, and it is creating questions and bottlenecks. And as we all know, with short timelines to get all these permits processed, we really want to avoid any bottlenecks. So we encourage this board to make sure that that support is available to the department so that they can do the very important and large amount of work that they have to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded for us to approve the consent calendar. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jody?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're going to move on to agenda item number 4A, which is notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution amending the Exhibit X master fee schedule effective February 3rd, 2024, unless code or policy require longer, including but not limited to the countywide internal funds, agriculture, animal care services, assessor, clerk, recorder, Cannabis Management Unit, Clerk of the Board, County Council, Cultural Services Agency, Executive Office, Facilities, Information Technology, Environmental Health, Mental Health, Planning and Building Services, Public Defender, Public Health, Sheriff Coroner, Department of Transportation, and Treasurer Tax Collector. So, Clerk, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing. Board and clerk will note any correspondence or telephone phone calls.
All correspondence has been sent to your email.
Okay. Then we are ready for a staff presentation.
Chair, if I may, Darcy Antle, CEO. This board has expressed a strong desire to provide a living wage to its most valuable resources, its employees. While we share this desire, current financial and economic conditions pose significant challenges. The state reported on December 1st of 23, quote, with the recent receipts of various proposed tax payments, postponed tax payments, the impact of recent economic weakness and last year's financial market distressed on state revenues have become clearer. Overall, updated revenue outlook anticipated collections to come in $58 billion lower, below budget action projections across 22, 23, 24, 25. It is already rumored the state controller is looking to scrape together all funds available and even consider clawing back some unused funds, including grant dollars. This could significantly impact county departments that rely on state funding. I am also very concerned about the ability of the County of Mendocino to generate revenue, including collections of property tax, sales, and TOT, which will not only impact the county departments that rely on state funding, as well as the county departments that rely on general fund. As we are moving into the fee hearing, I would like to take a moment to comment on the need for the county to focus on revenue collections, including all revenue generations, including taxes owed or delinquent. There is a need to focus on the property tax system and its use. That focus has begun and is being led by Chair, Executive Office, IT, in collaboration with the Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and the Assessor's Office. We fully expect Aumentum staff to be on site a few days each month for the next 3 to 4 months. There are current efforts focused on TOT collections through an outside audit. These types of audits have occurred in the past and are expected to generate revenue. Sales tax audits are normally routinely performed by HDL. Fee collection, while not a tax, is a source of revenue that offsets general fund contributions to the services provided by the departments. These funds help offset the use of general fund. These funds should be reviewed in full annually by each department as wage increases and the cost of goods increase. At the same time, staff should be looking to improve efficiencies with the highest and best use of technology and resources. Fees can be reviewed anytime during the year. Typically, major reviews are performed in December and April. Fees take effect 60 days after the adoption by the Board of Supervisors. Departments depend on fees to help balance their budget, as a general fund cannot continue to subsidize all state-required regulations, mandates, Board of Supervisors ordinance, and directives. The county has provided several wage increases prior to COVID and then paused all fee increases during COVID, with the first fee hearing resuming in December of 2022. I encourage this board to pass the fees as presented today to help fill the budget gap and remind you to consider the status of labor negotiations. The county's greatest resource is its employees. Thank you. I'll turn this over to Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Jurdy, County Council Curtis, CEO Antle. Thank you for the introduction.
We'll go ahead and move on to the first slide here in the slideshow. As everyone here is aware, the Policy 47 was updated in the last couple of years, and the Executive Office fiscal team is now in lead for presenting new fees brought forward to the board. Per board direction, we have gone through and we have evaluated those fees for full cost recovery. This ended up being a very significant update. So for the past several months, we have had staff dedicated specifically to making sure that we get these fees updated, and the departments have also put in a significant amount of effort in order to update these fees. At this time, we are showing an estimated annual increase of $3.3 million in fees coming into the county as additional revenues. And then leading up later, we will discuss a little bit about our future priorities. On to the next one. We have the proposed master fee schedule, which will include $1.7 million in additional annual revenues for just the general fund, an increase of over $1.5 million in non-general fund revenues. I would like to point out that the initial Exhibit X began with over 1,400 individual lines and is now at 1,600 lines. That also includes several fees which were deleted because they are no longer used. So there were quite a few fees that were handled in the editing of this Exhibit X for you. Some of the significant changes that have occurred. Planning and Building, who is also present if there are any questions, has over $1.3 million of estimated annual revenue increases, and that is all general fund. Environmental Health, who has also made themselves present, they are looking at over 1.4, almost 1.5 million in an additional annual revenue for their department. It is non-general fund. It is to offset the costs that are being used currently in realignment from public health. That is not a sustainable practice. They cannot continue with that use of realignment funding. Are there any questions so far? Okay.
Continue.
Okay, well right now, the actual split out here for you is 1.78 million in general fund and 1.5 million in non-general fund additional annual revenues. I would like to bring forward that a document was uploaded this morning. It is regarding the county council as well as the parks. We needed to make sure that we uploaded or updated some information on there. We did not change the fee, but we wanted to make sure that we were clear on a new code that was also in there for COCO's fee because it had changed since the prior fee, and we hadn't caught that when we had initially done the fee check. And also for parks, there was a key deposit. It has changed to where the verbiage is a little more easy to understand by the public. It is because the fee deposit is split to where half of it is retained, half of it is returned, and the verbiage was not clear. Next slide, please. For our future priorities, we are working with county council in order to look at the updates on ordinances to seek full cost recovery. In certain instances, we have fees in which there is statute that limits our ability to increase those fees. And in those particular instances, we do have the ability to increase to get that full cost recovery. I don't know if county council wants to speak to any of that just yet, or if that's a good enough explanation for now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so the board is aware, for the most part, the authorization to charge the fees is coming under specific statutes relative to the service that's provided, and then the Prop 26 limits, which essentially require that the fees not exceed the cost of the service or the program that's being funded. In the case of a license, it may be the entire program, including enforcement efforts, in addition to the actual cost of processing the application. In some cases, those statutes set a cap or a flat fee or some sort of maximum that the county or a city would not be able to exceed. There is a section of the government code 54985 that authorizes the board to exceed those caps if it does so by ordinance. You would actually use this previously with respect to the some of the fees related to the concealed carry permits for the sheriff's office. There's a handful of exceptions written in the statute itself. The only one I really remember off the top of my head is the recorder's fees. You can't choose to exceed that even if the actual cost of providing the service goes above. But otherwise, the rule is if it's not one of the exceptions there, you do have the ability to go over statutory maximums.
Thank you.
Thank you, County Council. Also, this is becoming more of a living document. This is not a one-and-done stop here for you. We will continue to update this. It is going to be an in-progress document, both reflecting new efficiencies that we may be able to bring forward, as well as making sure that we are continuing to study our costs and our times and applying the appropriate costs to those fees as we bring them forward before the board. This time I'd go ahead and like to list out here, I'm not going to read everyone here, but all these departments worked very hard and collaboratively with us in order to make sure that we had the appropriate times to bring forward these new fees. They have been updated, they have been looked over. It has been a team process, and I really do appreciate everybody that is on this list that has made it a little more bearable of a process producing this many fee changes. Let's go for questions now.
Questions? Supervisor Mulhern and then Supervisor Haschuk.
I don't have any specific questions. I just wanted to thank Planning and Building in particular for the memo that updated the board and the public about how you got to the fees that you're being raised. And I think that it's important that we continue in all of our departments to do time studies and make sure that we're reflecting accurately what the fees that we're charging are based on the work. And I think that this board has certainly asked all departments to create efficiencies and improve the ability of our businesses to be able to operate quickly and affordably. And I know that Planning and Building has heard that message and continues to try to increase efficiencies to improve for our economic development in the county.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Yeah. A question I received was about the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative and how that, you know, the efficiencies we're trying to create in that are reflected in the time studies. And so if we, you know, obviously it's an ongoing process that we're engaged in. And if we're looking at creating more efficiencies, how will that be reflected in the time studies? Are we going to be able to, you know, lower the cost if we find out that we're creating more efficiencies?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman back again. Of course, we do have the ability, as CEO Antle had stated, we will be having a hearing every April and December, unless for some reason they are canceled. There is very much an intent to continue to bring forward any of those efficiencies and decrease those costs. We are not here to charge for something that we are not doing. We are here to charge for the services that we are providing. And if it's determined that we can reduce those costs through efficiencies, the next fee hearing that will be brought forward and that will be reflected in the fee changes.
Supervisor Williams.
I appreciate the effort staff put into this. I know it was a lot of work, a lot of looking at study. I see the CEO smiling. She knows what's about to come. I find that some of these fees far exceed the reasonable costs and benefit conferred, privileges granted, services and products provided. The board is essentially being asked to enact taxes. We have a budget shortfall. We're looking for every means to bring in revenue. But when I look at some of these line items, reinstatement of permit, $265, it doesn't cost $265 of staff time to print another permit with a different expiration date. You can multiply the weighted hourly rate of staff by the amount of time. It doesn't come to $265. Minimum permit fee of $320. So we want people to play by the rules. Someone has one bad outlet and they go to get a building permit to replace that outlet that costs less than $10 at a hardware store, $320 the county is asking. People won't play by the rules. We're going to send people down a path of avoiding the permit process because it's so expensive to be legal. Cottage food fees, $595. Cottage food, we're trying to promote business in this county. We're going to charge these people $595. They're going to find a way around the rules and hope they don't get caught. Food establishment fees, temporary non-hazardous food facility, non-hazardous, $572 if they hold 3 events per year. I find it outrageous, and I understand we need full cost recovery. I'd rather go in the direction of removing some of these permit requirements rather than increasing the costs. Staff is right. If we enforce the rules as written today, this is probably roughly the actual cost in some cases. I simply don't agree that we should be having such a permitting process to begin with. Someone who's selling some beets at farmers market shouldn't pay for the weight scale to be calibrated. People buy beets by the bundle, right? If they're thrown on a scale, somebody kind of eyeballs it and says that's about 3 pounds. The idea that it could be 3.01, and so therefore we need to check that scale every year and we need to charge them for it, I find it outrageous.
Councilor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board had previously mentioned, I think, farmers market fees as one of the areas to look at as to possibly removing. I think there's a few others that the board might choose to make some changes to. On the farmers markets, we actually did some review to see whether there was something on the local side that could be done to remove some of the permitting inspecting requirements, and the determination was that we could not. I believe the fees that are currently being charged are environmental health fees related to food safety. I'm not certain that we have any on the ag side related to the scales themselves, but in terms of a lot of the fees related to the inspections, the building codes, et cetera, a number of these are going to be state mandates. I do think there are some local programs and some areas that you may have some flexibility where you might be able to reduce some costs. I just know that that would be a much larger project. I think that would be pretty involved. That may well be worthwhile, but in the meantime, between now and whenever you're able to reduce those, you're either going to be paying for those services being out of the general fund, or they're going to be funded by the fees. Those are essentially your options in the interim.
$5,700 to appeal a cannabis tax. $5,700. I mean, even if the county is in the wrong, you pay that fee. We flip it, you're out more than the tax. When we started that program, we said we need lightweight, we need to keep the costs down. Now we're asking $5,700 to appeal. Somebody thinks that local government has made the wrong decision. They have to put up $5,700 to make an argument? $72 for a business license. It was $40. What is the public policy benefit of the business license? Someone pays $72, we print them a form saying you're good to go. We're not providing any safety. How did that fee go up? Last time we did this, we said we're moving to full cost recovery. From that time to today, wages haven't gone up much. So how do we have 40, 50, 100, 400% increases in fees to cost recovery? I could understand if we gave 2% raises, we'd have to increase all of our fees 2%. I don't understand how we gave 2% raises and we're asking for 100% increase in fees. What it looks like to me is we're taking the entire planet, we're taking all these departments and dividing by the number of applicants. And if you do that, people won't take out permits. 6 months from now, we're going to be back and say, instead of 1,000 permits, now there were only 500. And so we've got to increase the fees, divide the entire department by 500 instead. Just looks like a sort of a circling the drain death spiral of anti-business, anti-individual. My recommendation is to go through these and chop them. Reduce the amount of time. We need to pay our staff living wages. We need to get cost recovery, but it shouldn't take 8 hours. Cut it to 1 hour and ask staff, what sort of review can you do with 1 hour? That's good enough in Mendocino County.
Supervisor Hasjack, and then, or maybe first Councilor Curtis.
One thing that was brought up was the appeal fees on the cannabis tax. I did just want to note for the board's benefit, that actually is one of the programs that you instated that you really don't need to have. The alternative would be this. It's essentially an intermediate step in between the decision of the department and then any dispute going to court. And the idea was that essentially it may be more efficient to be able to handle those through an internal administrative process than through the court process. Based on the data so far, I don't know that that's necessarily true from an efficiency and a cost recovery standpoint. So that may be one that you might want to consider, whether you could just strike out that process and let any disputes there be resolved through court proceedings.
Okay, Supervisor Hasjak.
Well, in that regard, I think that there are two steps to the cannabis protest, appeal. And that the first step is administrative, and it's a very much a lower cost. And then the 5,700 you referred to, that is if it goes to a full hearing. And we haven't had any of those yet. And so it's kind of a projection of what might happen. And so we really don't know what those costs would be. But that's if the administrative solution doesn't solve it. As far as, the cottage food cost, and I was up at the Laytonville Christmas fair on Sunday, and this girl was selling little cookies and such, and her mother said that they had a cottage food Class A permit for it. And I thought, oh, that's very dear, but the thing was, it was going up 304% according to this fee schedule. I would like to keep those kind of fees, the cottage fees, A and B, at the rate that they are, and keep the farmer's market at 0, which is what we maintained. It's really a statement of philosophy of who do we want to really support. Do we want to stick it to every person in this county, or do we want to make the person who has just a cottage food business making less than $50,000 a year, can we, in essence, subsidize them a little bit? And that's what my proposal would be. And as far as the planning and building cost, I think that we need to look at those, and maybe we can tier it so that we can increase it by 75% or something, and have the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative still do those efficiency studies to see where we can save money, and by April then get up to 100%. If that's what we find out with the efficiency studies.
Supervisor Jordy and then Supervisor Williams.
So it is interesting that the fees for the farmers market's going up, but I'm curious why the proposal includes zeroing out fees for people who have airplanes at the county airports. So what, am I missing a memo that explains why we're zeroing out people's fees? If someone's wealthy enough to own an airplane, why aren't they paying a hangar fee to park their plane at the county airport?
Jason Wise would be the one who had worked on that from DOT. This is Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. I suppose we can attempt to bring him in, but it's my understanding that at that particular airport, we have not had anybody renting at those locations for some time, nor do we have staff there to collect those fees. So if there's no ability to collect those fees or levy those fees, then they shouldn't be present on the fee hearing until such time we can provide staffing to do so.
But it seems like there could be cameras at the airports, and we would note the airplanes that come and go and, bill the people. I mean, I don't know, just saying it. If someone's wealthy enough to own an airplane, it seems like they could pay a fee to the county for parking and using the county airport.
Yes.
So I'll weigh in a little bit. I see this from both ends. So I see it from the end of a county that is financially strapped, and we have had very candid conversations with our CEO, Antle, who has said that these fees are necessary because of the financial situation that we find ourselves in. We have to close the gap. We want to pay our employees fair. We also want to regulate building in Mendocino County so we don't create hazardous or unhealthy situations. But on the other end is somebody who thinks about, would I want to pay $300 plus to get a permit to put my water heater in? That's something that is half the value of the water heater. So then you begin to go, well, am I going to do this kind of on the sly, or am I going to go be a legal beaver and go get my permit. So that's where the disincentives start to come in. So there's got to be sort of a reality check on this. And as we look at these fees, I'm just wondering, how many times does somebody have to, or the real cost of that permit, and how many people touch that permit as you come to the counter to get it? Why do we have to have a fee of $300? And I think if these fees are going to go forward, there's two things that I would like. One of them is that we have the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative looking at the planning department. There has to be a commitment from the planning department to implement the recommendations from the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative, and then that has to be something that we back. That we know that we've reviewed what Planning Building Services is doing, and that they are as efficient as is possible based on our internal reviews. I think that's something that's really important. People want a value if they're going to spend their money. Again, the flip side of that is that other people will say, well, if someone's building a house, should the county help co-invest in it, or should the fees be paid by the person building the house? And I think that most people would say, well, the user pays. So these are issues that are going through my head on this, and in the end, I think we're probably going to have to reluctantly support this very large increase in fees because of the financial situation that we're in, because of the need to pay our employees better. And this is part of the not so pleasant work we sometimes have to do and take a stand on. I would also say that there's a lot of legacy issues in here too, that things that haven't been reviewed since 1991. It's like, what's going on here? What's so hard about picking up your fee schedule twice a year and looking at it and saying, yep, this is reasonable, nope, this has gone up in cost. So I think there's been a lack of commitment on the part of the county to manage its resources that we're now, this board's being handed the bill for. And we're going to end up having to do something that's pretty unpopular, but we got to set the record straight on this. We can't continue to just kick the can down the road and say, oh, well, yeah, that's really awful, and meanwhile, we're losing money. So these are all the things that are going through my head as I'm trying to formulate a decision on this. And in the end, you have to trust your staff too. Part of the reason that we have our wonderful employees is because we have to back them up when we come to really tough decisions. If they're telling us this is what we need to do, this is what we need to do to balance the budget, this is what it costs to provide a service, this is what you told us to do, which is absolutely true. We talked about fee recovery, so we have to also take a look at that as we're weighing our decisions. If the board doesn't have an appetite to do this immediately and would like a little bit more time, we can do this incrementally, possibly. That would be another option that we have, is not do everything all at once. Start out with 50% and of the fees, and then bring them up, over the course of the year as we work through things like the Golden Gate Initiative, or some portion of the fee increases could be looked at that. Or anyway, those are some of the thoughts that are in my mind. I see Tim he's waving his pen at me.
Yeah. Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman, just coming back here. I do want to reinforce the statement that we will be back again in April. Any efficiencies that Golden Gate does find, planning and building, we have already had this conversation. There's very much an intent to bring back any efficiencies and bring them in and reduce any fees as they're applicable. I do know that every department is committed to reducing those fees and being as efficient as possible. Nobody in our departments wants to be charging exorbitant fees, nor are we here for a profit. The intent is to charge what is on there. We are looking at both the overhead spreads as well as the time spent in order to make sure that everything is efficient as possible and trying to keep the fees at their minimums. These are not the maximums. These are our costs. And that's what everybody that has been involved is committed to.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
We're treating this as a binary decision. Do we seek cost recovery, or do we subsidize? And the third option is have fewer requirements. That's how you bring the cost down for everyone. You pay your employees fairly. You don't ask the public for thousands of dollars. You just reduce the scope of review. We're not providing safety with a lot of the review. The business license provides no safety, nothing. Anybody can get one. Fill out the form, pay $72, and you get a piece of paper. I'm back to the 320 for the minimum building permit. Tell me, why would somebody who has one rotted deck board, who should take out a building permit to replace it, pay $320? How is that not a tax? We don't have a time study that shows $320 of staff time went in to issue that permit.
So I assume that's a question that's directed at me.
Yeah.
For the Prop 26 purposes, you do have some ability to average, right? So it's not necessarily the case that every single person who gets a building permit is using up the exact same amount of time. I would note some of your examples. I'll defer to the building department on this, but I think there are some minor repairs that don't rise to the level of needing a building permit, and they may be able to clarify that a little bit. The building code does contemplate that there's some amount of work that can be done that you don't need a permit for, but more extensive repairs do. In terms of the averaging, essentially, as long as the program overall, so there's two things. One is that as long as the program overall is not making a profit relative to the fees that are being charged, then you're staying within the limit of what is not a tax. And then the other requirement is that you need to make sure that you're not essentially subsidizing, say, the farmer's market with a different class, right? If you're averaging along a reasonable category of types of services, you don't have to be precise and measure it out to the, if we're talking about water, it doesn't have to be measured out to the ounce, right? You could have, ranges of gallons, for example, being delivered. If it's a permit, you can be averaging out the time for a type of permit rather than doing a time study on every single permit that comes across the desk of the department.
So Chair, obviously I'm not going to vote in favor of this. I think it's really bad for business and our residents. But I could support an item coming back for full cost recovery on a reduced set. In other words, maybe an ad hoc work with staff on looking at what are the minimum permits that we must issue, what's the minimum review we must conduct for those, figure out what that cost recovery would be. And because I don't think we should be subsidizing, I think the applicant should pay their own way. My issue is more that we've really bloated the amount of review that we do, and now we're asking people to pay for it, and I don't think people will. I think they'll simply avoid the process.
Supervisor Jordy.
So this may be a small example, but Supervisor Hashak and I have been meeting with the museum director and with executive office, and nothing's been resolved, but a suggestion I had was rather than paying for a county employee to sit at the museum where maybe there's 3 people a day on average that show up, we just zero out the admission fee except for guided tours and just have cameras up there for security. And we would save money because we're collecting almost nothing in admissions fees anyway. And it doesn't cover the cost of a half-time employee that's there. So I don't see that in this proposal. I don't see the zeroing out of the admission fees except for the guided tours. So again, nothing was resolved in those discussions, and they were just discussions, but I'm just trying to understand the thought process because I thought something was going to be brought forward by staff at today's meeting regarding that idea. CEO Antle?
Yes, as nothing has been resolved on that. This work was aside and has started back in September on these fees to get ready for today. The departments worked with the fiscal unit to put these fees together. And again, no decision has been made. There's a decision that can be made relatively short order when we review the model for the museum in full.
I'll just put it out there. We collect, I think it's like $2,000 or $3,000 a year in admissions. It cannot pay half the cost of a full-time employee. And I think it makes no sense. I think every other museum in the county has volunteers serving as docents to keep the doors open. We could have the same thing happening at the museum in Willits.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, we're in a situation where, we're asking staff to bring back cost recovery so that we could balance our budget. And or at least move in that direction, right? And that's what they did, and really I appreciate the work put into this. There is sticker shock, and you know, we created an amnesty program for people in planning and building who hadn't taken out permits, and probably the reason why they didn't take out permits in the past was because of the cost and the hassle, and maybe they weren't doing things totally kosher. But you know, we do have this program, and planning and building has brought forth these, you know, what they're saying are these costs. And we, like Chair McGordy said, we have the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative working on efficiencies. So how do we bridge the gap from where we've been with not raising the cost and everything to full cost recovery, where it's fair to the people and, you know, they feel like they're getting their money's worth, right? Which is really what we are trying to do as a county government. So I guess my proposal would be, you know, the proposed rates, some of them go up, you know, in planning and building, 440%, 480%. You know, what if we kind of said, or Chair McGordy said 50% increase, or, you know, I talked earlier about a 75% increase. What if we did some kind of step like that to get to the 100%, and then in April we review it and look at, you know, and then that step won't be as onerous, and maybe we would have more information from these efficiency studies to say these really are where we are with it, and that's what we need to do. And so I would propose either I'll propose a 75% increase as a step. And then I'd also propose, making this motion, to eliminate the increase to the cottage food fees for Class A and B and the farmer's market fee.
I would second that motion if we also at the same time not delete the airport fees, because I think we need more information from the department as to why we cannot collect fees from people who use county airports.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Councilor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask for clarification on the motion. The 75%, is that 75% of the markup that's listed currently on the chart? Or
Yes.
Is that, okay. So if it says, say, 200%, that would be 70% of that, so 150% change at this point. Do I have that right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe the math is, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's a $200, it would be $150.
Right.
Right.
Well, in terms of, you're talking about in terms of change or in terms of total value of the fee?
Okay.
Part of the reason I ask is some of the fees go down.
Yeah,
and
it would only be for the increases.
Okay. And then is it 75% of the fee listed or 75% of the change that's listed?
Of the change.
Okay. Thank you.
Marlena.
Julie, Environmental Health. For clarification, when you talk about implementing a 50% or 75% incremental increase, are you thinking of applying that to planning and building, or are you thinking about applying that to all of the fees on the proposal?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. My proposal was just for planning and building.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Well, environmental health are also substantially going up, and I think
Yes.
that if you'd like to address that for a second.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to. I want to highlight a couple of things. First, Supervisor Williams, your concerns are absolutely valid. We started looking into public health's financials. We found that there were a lot of unaccounted for costs that are now needing to be accounted for now that we're aware of them. I know you are a big proponent of understanding what all of our costs are, including our A87 costs. That was a significant cost that we found was not accounting for. We also, I want to highlight that environmental health is a revenue for public health. So our fees include administrative costs for public health. So any of our fees that are increased are also going to offset other costs in public health, because they do not have the ability to get more realignment as it's being cut from the state and significant. So there's a consideration there. Age fees are also supporting aspects of public health's fees. Also, some of our fees in some of the documents are not accurate in that. Specifically, cottage food is increasing, absolutely, and I'd like to speak to that, but it's increasing to 380. That first document was revised. I've sent that to the fiscal team. They made sure on Exhibit X, it's not the 500, that it is the 380, as well as for the Class B, and as well as for the temp events, which is going to 290. So all of the actionable lists had it noticed at the correct lower rates. Just to put it out there, they're not going up that much, but they are absolutely going up quite a bit. And with cottage foods, and farmers markets, I have to say that these fees in specific to farmers markets were intentionally kept low. It does come back to, as Supervisor Haschak said, more of a philosophy of putting our ag community in forefront of our minds when we look at what we are charging the public. And if that's what you choose to approve of a zero fee, we will absolutely adhere to that, and we will still be providing that service. I want to say with cottage foods, those permits are kind of a bridge between someone who's had a great product, who's been selling it at temporary events, and someone who wants to get into a permanent food facility. That's a huge cost difference. The cottage food is that space in between where you can still do your operation out of your home up into a point of $50,000 a year while you build your business to get to the point where you can be in a full-time facility. And when it comes to the farmer's market fee, this is a market fee that is paid once for each market. Not every booth is paying this. The Ukiah market pays this one fee once to be the Ukiah farmer's market all year long. So I don't want you to think every booth at the farmer's market is being asked to pay that. Also, we have time studies for every single one of our fees. And I think it was a challenge for the fiscal team to balance adding hundreds of pages of documentation to your packet that's already about 1,200 pages with the information you're really looking for. The division has all of our time studies. We utilized our time studies from 2018 through the end of 2022 and have quite a bit of documentation to talk about, and we are evaluating where we can find efficiencies in each of those processes. We're working with County Council to find out what is absolutely mandatory. And right now, these fees we have brought forward, we believe, represent what is mandatory. But I'm sure we'll be revisiting that. Also, we did a comprehensive fee study with Humboldt, Lake, Sonoma, and Santa Cruz, and we found, and we've added some additional memos to the packet for your perusal. We found that for environmental health, we are on par with Humboldt. We're, I think, 4% higher than them. For Sonoma, we're 66% lower. For Santa Cruz, we're 45% lower. And for Lake, we are 33% higher. That being said, none of those counties are charging or proposing that their fees are 100% full cost recovery. Ours are. And I think that that is worth considering. I'll stop there unless you want to hear more about something in specific.
Any questions from Marlena? Supervisor Williams.
Most of the county's general fund comes from property taxes. In some years, it's perhaps 71%. The way we get property taxes is somebody finalizes a permit with planning and building, and that triggers the assessor. And today, imagine we're a restaurant and 30% of the people get up and just walk out without paying. We're only at 70% assessment. I look at these fee adjustments and think more people will avoid the system, which means more people will not get assessed for their improvements. We may lose more in the growing crisis of underassessed properties than the fees we collect. What does the board think about that? And I want to really differentiate. I think staff has done an excellent job with this. We asked, tell us what it'll take for full cost recovery. I think this is a good faith attempt. I haven't seen all the time studies. I'd like to, but I trust that there is a lot of study that's gone in. My issue is more with my board, the philosophy here. If we want to encourage small business and we want to encourage the individuals to be legal and play by the system, do you think we're doing that here? I don't work for staff. I work for the people. The people who have contacted me, they look at this and they don't like it. And I've tried to explain, the county's broke, we need cost recovery. Their argument is, we already pay income tax, we already pay property tax, now we have to pay a fee to use a basic county department? I mean, that resonates with me. I don't think we have the right approach yet. I think we need to reduce this list to the absolute minimum and then look at cost recovery, rather than the other way around. Increasing all the fees first and then saying we'll come back and we'll try to make it efficient. We're not going to make it efficient. We'll move on to the next project.
Point's well taken, and I'm concerned as well. We do pay a lot of taxes. Me personally, on my property taxes, substantial. And I worry about that too, that people will look at the fees and go, well, you know what? I'm building my cob house out here in northeastern Mendocino County, and pretty sure no one's going to see it. I'll just go ahead and do it. And, I will probably do some things that are incorrect and hazardous, but again, because it's really expensive to get fees, that's what we're going to do. And then on top of that, we have some of the school districts layering fees on, like Ukiah Unified, and some of the fire departments layering fees on. Before you know it, you've got a $20,000 permit for building a fairly simple, rudimentary 1,500 square foot, 2-bedroom home. So those are all going through my mind, and I'm concerned about that. What I'm struck with here, though, is also the urgency that our CEO, who is our employee, is telling us, you have to do something because the ship's going down if you don't. And I can't discount that. I can't say that's not important too. And this is where the trouble comes in. So I agree with you, Supervisor Williams. I think it's really important that we show the public that there's a value for what we're charging. And that's why we really have to hold our department's feet to the fire, that they're, first of all, efficient, and that, second of all, their fees are justified. With how many were on the list? 1,600? That's a lot to go through for an ad hoc. I think that you'd be working on that daily for months if you're going to truly go through with all of them. And at some level, you have to trust your staff, your employees, that our union representatives are deserving, and I don't disagree with them, and that they work hard. You have to trust that they're doing their job as well. So these are all this is the crazy rubric that we're looking through as we try to make a very difficult decision that's going to affect us. We'd like to move into it cautiously, so I like the idea of an incremental look. I like the idea of reviewing some fees that may not be necessary, that really don't serve any purpose. Having business licenses is always thought of as being kind of a form of consumer protection, but because at least we know that people have publicly noted that they're doing business, and in fact, there's probably tax reasons why they have to do that as well, isn't there?
No, Mr. Chair. So the business license requirement is optional. That is something the board has the ability to either enact or not have. It allows essentially a single registry, a place to know where those licensed businesses are. But other than that, it's not a discretionary permit. It doesn't involve imposing any sort of conditions. It's really just to sort of be on file.
Okay. Anyway, those are things going through my mind on this, and I think that we have to have a value proposition with our constituents, if we're going to raise these fees, we've got to really assure them that this is the fairest thing that we can possibly do under the circumstances we're in. Supervisor Jordy.
I'm curious if perhaps the county business license, since it is just a flat fee, it's not a tax that generates revenue. So maybe people aren't aware of this, but most cities in California, maybe even most counties, it's not a flat fee. It's actually a source of revenue. It's basically a legacy tax prior to the existing laws being in place that prohibits it from becoming a tax. So for example, a supermarket that has a large payroll would pay thousands of dollars to a city here in Mendocino County for their business license. But outside of the cities here in Mendocino County, the county's fee structure was simply always this legacy flat fee. So it wasn't really a source of revenue. As Supervisor Williams has pointed out, we probably spend more staff time processing the paperwork than the county actually collects. So a question I have is the county's business permit, which has no value to anybody, is it kind of like the equivalent of the Who's Who book that was published years ago and has been replaced by Wikipedia? And if that's really the case, maybe we just say it has no purpose anymore and let's just get rid of it, because it's not a revenue source to the county, it has no value to the holder of the license.
Second.
Okay,
Well,
so
we have a motion on the floor.
I have a motion on the floor. Maybe we should revisit that.
Might I suggest if this may be a good time for public comment?
Okay. Before we go to public comment, would staff like to take a break because we've been in here for a while? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you, so.
My name is Leslie Gravier. I, during COVID, got a permit for a remodel on a home over on the coast. That has been in my family for quite some time, and I was inheriting it. It took 16 months to get it through planning and building. During that COVID process, very frustrating. All of the contractors were tied up at the end of that. I got that permit in May of 2022, paying to the tune of $7,000, including school fees, and then couldn't find a contractor to do the construction work on the home. About May, I don't know, I want to say the 2nd of this year, I realized, wow, I think I've had that permit going on a year, and I'm going to call the planning and building and find out what I need to do to keep that going and keep it in effect. I called, and literally, I called on a Monday. Literally, that permit had expired on the Friday at 5 o'clock before. I called about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that particular day, and they told me that because I was late by 4 business hours, mind you, because it was Monday, 4 business hours, it was going to cost me another $700 to reinstate that permit on top of what the original permit was. So to me, I did not reinstate that permit. That house is sitting in disarray. It could be a rental, it could be a Airbnb, it could be bringing money into this county, and it is sitting there falling apart. And I walked away from that. So food for thought. I actually even called to the main person, I can't remember her name, at Planning and Building and said, look, I'm 4 hours late. I didn't realize normally Planning and Building used to, back in the day when I've done that before, sent out a notice 30 days in advance, your permit's going to expire. Hey, come and pay your $300. But they didn't do that this year. It was just in the back of my head. So food for thought, that's sitting there bringing in nothing to this county. There's no rental income. There's nothing on it. Just wanted.
Patrick Hickey with SEIU Local 1021. I'd like to speak in favor of the proposal. As the CEO stated, we really do need to see cost recovery. I think another way to really look at this is that time is money, and if we don't have the staffing and the people in place to be able to do the things that need to be done, I'm sure you all hear lots of complaints about people coming in, asking for permits, asking for things, and it takes months and months. That's because the funding is not there to be fully staffed, for the staff to be able to do their jobs effectively. As has also been stated, this is an ongoing process. There probably are permit requirements and things that the board should remove, and we would certainly be supportive of that. But for these things that are mandated and for the work that is getting done, the county really should be doing full cost recovery rather than subsidizing. We want these things to move forward. So we definitely encourage the board to support this and again, continue to work on it going forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I think that my idea would be to go back to selling off properties. When times are good, you buy properties, and when times are getting tight, you can sell them off. So that would be a good recovery, and that would be a
Good morning, Barb Chapman, Acting Director for the Cultural Services Agency. I'd like to speak specifically about the fee increases for the library, which is a non-general fund department. The library serves people of all incomes, and it is especially important for low-income people. The library not only provides reading materials, but it also provides resources for job training, learning new languages, homework help for kids, and so much more. The library provides public services paid for by the library tax in addition to other revenue, which is not general fund. Library fees make up less than 1% of the revenue from the budget. However, the fees have a great effect on individual borrowers. I question whether charging full cost recovery for fees is the right course for the library. Also, I believe it was an error to add the library meeting room fee, $28, to the library itself and sponsored groups. For these reasons, and because the library has its own funding, we respectfully request the board to allow library fees to remain as they are.
Yeah, my name is Glenn Green, and as far as the airport goes, there are overnight fees charged on the airports. There are personal property taxes that are charged on the hangars if you rent one from the city. If you wonder why somebody doesn't park at these airports like Covelo, I wouldn't leave my car there, let alone park my airplane there overnight. I'm in the agreements that these fees all need to go away. You get it off your property taxes, and the more you encourage building and construction, if you gave them away, you'd get it back in the taxes. And you're going about this the wrong way. You got this big ball rolling, and it needs to be slashed. And that's what needs to happen. And if you wonder why the housing is not affordable, look in the mirror. If you vote for these things, you're making it unaffordable. This side of the fence doesn't want that. We want affordable housing. Thank you.
Any more comment in the room?
Carrie Shattuck. I believe we just raised fees last year. We went through this whole process and raised fees. And I noticed that cannabis is on this fee increase as well. It just, there has to be an in somewhere. Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
So we had a comment on the reinstatement of permits with the planning department, and just maybe a question for planning and building. Am I reading this correctly? The current reinstatement fee is $188 or 40% of the original permit fee, and it's proposed to go to $265, a 41% increase, or 40%. Is that how the fee works?
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So the way that the fee works, it's $188 or 40% of your basic construction fee. So it's whichever is the greatest. So $188 would be if you have a lower tier permit, so you wouldn't be paying 40% of your basic construction cost. For more expensive, higher intensity level of review types of permits, then we do require the 40% of the basic construction. And the memo that we prepared talks through some of these changes. The $265 increase about accounting for additional staff time that was not previously accounted for. And then in addition, the 40%, What we really focus on there is it relates to the administrative staff time as well as building inspector time related to the reinstatement of a permit. Often permits can be reinstated multiple times over, and there are additional ongoing expenses related to that particular permit. So this allows for that cost recovery in a greater capacity.
I guess I'm just not clear, what's the extra staff time if someone gets a relative, well, I don't know. There's all sorts of building permits, but someone gets a building permit, maybe they had plan check review, maybe they didn't have plan check review, they just received a building permit to do something, and the inspections obviously didn't take place because the project wasn't built, but they did pay the fee. Is the concern that someone might extend it 5 or 6, many years, and therefore, in the meantime, the cost to do the inspections, which would have to take place after the construction takes place, meanwhile have gone up, and we've not captured any fees?
That is correct, and then also associated with the administrative staff time that's involved with questions that may come into the counter, scheduling inspections, retaining records management for that particular permit as well. So those are the other administrative costs that are incorporated into that as well. And then additionally noting that oftentimes these permits may be extended for multiple years with no inspections having occurred on them, and at a certain point we reach a code cycle change. And there's also a question of how it conforms.
Well, 4 hours seems like kind of a overkill. And I can't imagine that things would change that drastically. And I understand coming off of COVID, the trouble that people had, and first of all, you getting your work done because of remote working, and then also trying to line up contractors, trying to get materials. It seems like this should be some sort of a graded system. So if someone is, say, like a year with no inspection, and they ask to get their permit reinstated, I can see it. That makes sense. But someone who is in a very short time frame after the permit expires, it seems excessive.
Well, the permits don't expire for a year after they're originally granted, and each time you receive a successful inspection, it's auto-extended. Mm-hmm. So really, this is for the individuals who either don't have successful inspections or have not undertaken the project within that year period. Or 3 years in the case of a Class K permit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're happy to take direction if the board wants to see this handled in a different manner. But again, really the intent of the fees today and the studies that we've conducted are based upon cost recovery. And the change that you really see in a lot of these too is including that overall cost of the program administration as well. And that's previously what has not been captured. Additionally, moving from unit costs to staff time spent. So you see there has been a change in the methodology utilized to calculate these.
Supervisor Haschak.
It's not for Ms. Krog. It's for Ms. Chapman.
Thank you. So we have online
Well, I did have a question for you.
Sure.
Did you want to take it now?
No,
or?
please.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the increases to the library, and it says interlibrary loan to our customers, and is that when a person, and it goes from $2 to $15, is that for a request for a book from Sonoma County, or?
No, it's for requests from books from out of the 3-county system by mail, and something that's done for years. And we also.
Barb, you're cutting out. Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
It's a service that we provided for years for items that aren't in the catalog. And we also ship items from our catalog out to outlying areas in other states.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're ready for online comments or questions. Start with, I believe it's Michael Katz at MCA.
Yes, good morning Supervisors. Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We completely understand the need to balance cost recovery with the county's current financial situation. Although I must say it is very disappointing to hear the way the cannabis fee increases were discussed. I appreciate Supervisor Williams bringing up the significant increase, because whereas most of these items on this budget, on this fee schedule, when they are increasing 400 or even 1,000%, they're going into the hundreds or maybe $300 for the most part. But for the cannabis fees, we're seeing a 400% increase in appeals on both taxes and appeals for application denials of 400%. That leads to a $5,700 hearing fee. And that, when combined with the initial fee, takes it to about $7,000. So somebody who has been part of the cannabis program, which, as Supervisor Haschek mentioned earlier, just this last year, when it was projected to bring in 1.5 million, actually brought in $3 million, over $3 million in taxes, which combined since the beginning of the program means $23 million contributed from this program in taxes to this community, which is $9.5 million more than projected. We're saying that if people have been in that process and the county decides to remove them from the application process, that it should cost $7,000 for it to do so. That just doesn't seem like equitable, but it pales in comparison when we talk about the equitability of the tax appeal, which, as Supervisor Williams pointed out, it would cost a minimum, there's a minimum maximum tax of $5,000 for a 10,000 square foot garden. And so if somebody felt like they were being taxed in error, they would be asked to spend $7,000 with the county to appeal a $5,000 tax bill. That does not seem like a meaningful ability to appeal. So I would hope that the supervisors would not approve the motion on the floor, reconsider these exorbitant fees on the cannabis side, and if there needs to be fees to balance cost recovery, definitely take these things in mind, but not place the burden on cannabis, while at the same time saying that the ag community is at the forefront of your mind, and that removing fees for farmers markets and cottage industry, that's what we want this cannabis industry to be able to do. And keeping fees at this high level and for renewals and all of these things, really what it will do is remove businesses that, as we have seen, are contributing significantly to this economy. So obviously, please take that into account if you'd like to see those contributions continue. Thank you very much.
Next is Paul Hansberry.
Paul, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. You may have an issue with the device you're trying to speak on.
So we're not able to raise Paul, so I think we should go ahead and continue our discussion. Maybe Paul will call in before we concluded. So we have a motion on the table. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, we do have a motion on the table, and if the second is willing to hear this, I'd like to add, we could eliminate the business tax and also the library fees. And that would go along with the 75% reduction and the eliminating the increase to the cottage food fees, A and B, and the farmer's market.
And could I ask, is that eliminating the change or eliminating the fee?
For the library?
Oh, for the ones, yeah, for the library and for the cannabis business tax appeal. Are you leaving the old fee in place?
No,
or?
I didn't talk about the cannabis business tax.
Oh, sorry, I thought I heard, business license, sorry.
I talked about
my apologies.
Just the business tax that Supervisor Williams was talking about.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that is a fee, not a tax, but yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Business fee.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with the alteration to the motion.
Okay.
Any further discussion before we call for the question? Supervisor Williams?
I appreciate the concessions. I'm still voting against it. I think we want to encourage housing. I think this sends a message that we really don't want it. We should be encouraging small business. This sends a message, try to avoid the system. And you look at Texas, they don't have the housing problem we have. What's the difference? Less regulation. We're pushing in the wrong direction here. It's a short-sighted. We think we're going to close the budget gap, but you look a few years out and we're going to reduce the amount of revenue we could receive in business activity and development.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak, go ahead.
I'll just say that those are interesting comments for a person who has said that we're going bankrupt. So we're, obviously no one wants to increase these fees, but, we need to be responsible and fiduciary in our roles.
Mr. Chair, I didn't quite catch if the second had approved the change, but if he did, one thing I want to note is we'll need to come back with an ordinance change to just amend the business license process to take that out of the code, and then we can do a few cleanup items in connection with that. But if you want to take it out of the fee and give that direction today, we can get started on that process.
I think we're ready for a call for the question. So do you want to go over what our motion is?
Approve a 75% of the proposed increase for planning and building services, eliminate the cottage food permit fees for Class A and B, as well as the farmer's market fee, keep the airport fee as is, and eliminate the business fee and the library fees.
So I'm curious in that proposal, with 75% of the fee increase, is there a time where we would come back and review it? Is it conditional on?
Yeah, and I think that in April we will come back and,
okay.
Kind of the idea is if we've done the efficiency studies and everything, we have more information, we can go up to.
Okay, that's the part that was kind of missing in the question because I wanted to be sure that was included.
And just to be clear, it is the business license fee that I have in the motion.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready for the question.
Through the chair, if I may, did you want to try Paul Hansberry again?
Yes, if Paul is available, let's try him one more time.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Susan would like to speak first. We're both sharing this device. Hang on one second, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally, and thank you for allowing us to speak. The Redwood County, and in particular the cannabis program, it seems solely in the hands of an unelected group that was put in place largely by the previous administration, Carmelo, a very punitive administration. And it seems like the punitive new fee schedule was just part of the same old thing. This is going to bleed dry those of us who've hung on for the smaller operations and just open the door wide to corporate growers. I don't think that's what we all want. Historically, we've supported the county by supporting local business, most of which are now closed. We want to pay our taxes. We are paying our taxes. Most of us also have second and third jobs now, and this fee schedule is just going to wipe us out and incentivize the illicit market. An example is the renewals. A renewal with no change. 8 hours, really? Why aren't we utilizing technology, video, still images, the satellite, which we're all paying for? So instead, we're charging $90 plus for travel to and from far-flung farms, a poor choice environmentally, a waste of gas. It looks like a combination of greed and distrust. Please, let me emphasize, let's use the available technology. Let's be realistic. Let us submit video, photos, notarized affidavits for renewal, particularly where there's no change, and trust us. This fee schedule is something that we in no way can pay. And I don't know if you believe us, but I'm very sincere. I'm going to turn this over to Paul now for his 3 minutes, and thank you all very much.
Hi, I'd like to echo what Susan just said, and also with regards to the something that Supervisor McGordy put out, that at some point you've got to start trusting the people that are directing the departments. I know for someone to have the authority and to be able to exercise the authority using their discretion, things will come up, issues will come up that need interpretation. And the directors aren't allowed to make those kinds of decisions. They have to go either through, I don't know, the cobblestone process or the policy process, but they have to go back to the CEO or county council who need to justify their existence, and they interpret the things with the most strict interpretation they can, rather than trying to further the department. I'm speaking specifically now about cannabis, but probably on a broader scale as well. For instance, like farmers markets or cottage food, etc. So these sorts of things, as they arise, as things come up that are a little bit, not quite addressed as directly as they might be, as situations arise, being able to make decisions by the department head and rather than taking things through that, streamlining this would go a very long way in saving and cutting costs and staff time, and therefore lowering the cost, which would benefit the community and the county. So I think that instead of jumping into the fee schedule, you wait till the ordinance revisions do them on a parallel track, rather than having a catch-22 of doing an ordinance revision and then having the fee schedule, and the fee schedule based on the ordinance revision. So doing them in the parallel, I think, would be a much more prudent way to do things, both for the county and for the community. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, just a couple points on the cannabis taxes is that Supervisor Mulherin and I have worked on the General Government Committee, and one of our proposals that we are bringing back is that the renewal will only be every 5 years. And so overall, this will save people a lot of money, even though it's going up, the renewal rate is going up. When you have to do it every 5 years, then that will certainly save. And then also we look at the pre-application conference is going down by 34%. The cannabis tax appeal, the administrative fee is going down 45.9%. And so I think that there are efficiencies that the department is getting, and people will see that. So that's just overall, we need to look at the big picture.
Okay, so you're at this point, you're comfortable that our fees are probably justified for cannabis, given the changes you're recommending to the General Government Committee?
Right, and hopefully we don't have to get to the hearing fee for the business tax appeal. And, the goal is to get it resolved at the administrative level.
All right, well, I think we're ready to call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Oh, wait a minute, we got cultural services again. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
I'm asking for a little clarification about the library fees. It sounds like you said eliminate library fees or stay with the same fees.
They would stay the same.
Thank you.
All right, now we're ready to call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor McGordy?
Reluctantly, yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Mr. Hallman.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. I just wanted to speak up at this point, seeking a little bit of direction heading forward. I know we have the upcoming fee hearing that is in April. Is it the intent of the board that we come back in the case of planning and building? Do we want to come back in with that 100% again? Or do you want some separate options? I'm just trying to get some specific directions to assist the other departments that are involved as well, just moving forward.
So, my thinking, and I'd like to hear from the other board members on this, is that we have the Golden Gate Initiative really focusing on planning building services, and I know that they're I don't know where they are in the process, but what I would expect is that there will be recommendations, and I want them implemented, and then take a look at the fees. So we come back in April, we know what's realistic and thoroughly justified.
All right.
Chair McGorty, maybe we take a break, please?
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you back here at no later than 11:30.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
11:33, and our next item of business. Agenda item number 4B, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of an informational update from the acting Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and direction to staff as necessary. So with that, Sarah?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. So I wanted to bring a little bit of good news. I believe this week we will be receiving the final ACFR for the 21-22 audit. Once we do receive that final ACFR, we will be posting it to the website. And then we will be back in front of the board on the January 23rd with CLA, our outside auditor, to discuss the findings in the report. I would also just like to remind everyone that the data in the ACFR is now 1.5 years old, so please take this into consideration when reviewing. Please remember that the economic factors in 21-22 are vastly different than what we are seeing today, so just be cautious when relying on the data. In regards to the 22-23 ACFR, we're still a few months out. The auditor staff, along with RGS, is diligently working on trying to get the 21-22 adjusting entries into Munis so that we can begin utilizing Munis as a financial system instead of just a budgetary system. We're going to have to end up basically drawing a line in the sand saying anything from 21-22 prior in Munis is not, cannot be fully reported out on, as we know that there's information in different files. But going forward, the intent is that we would be able to use Munis to run reports, financial statements. This is, like I said, a few months out because it's going to take a little bit to get the adjusting entries in the system. And so we are still trying to work through, so once those entries for 21-22 are entered, we can then fully begin closing out 22-23 and reviewing the data and seeing if there's a likelihood of an carry forward. Right now, we're not able to confirm that or review it. And then I just also like to remind everyone that the data that is in Munis for 22-23 right now is likely to change because we are still entering activity. Then the last few things is regarding the court collections audit and the property tax apportionment audit. These are still in draft form, and we're working with the State Controller's Office on both of those audits. So there's no additional information at this time. And then regarding the State Controller's internal audit, this is still ongoing. The last time I spoke with the State Controller's Office, they were in their draft review, and we're expecting to release a draft report in January, but that's still tentative. And then one last thing I'd like to note is that from the action just previously taken, the TTC is in favor of looking at removing the business tax license, along with reviewing the requirement if it's needed, that we're in support of looking through that entire process. So if anyone has any questions.
Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, question for clarification. So we often use a lot of acronyms around here. Maybe we could just sort of replace those. So that's the annual comprehensive financial report.
Correct.
And the county is about roughly 2 years behind in finishing the. So you're talking about finishing the one from over a year ago.
21-22.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so that the good news is that one is essentially finished now.
It is. We should be receiving the final. We have a few last forms to sign, but we should be receiving that audit this week.
Okay, and then you said the next one
for 22-23 is still likely a few months out. Okay. We have not even closed the Munis system yet, so it'll be entering all of the information, working with CLA, the outside auditors, through that audit hasn't even begun. We still are entering information.
Okay, and then at a previous meeting, I don't know if it was you or the CEO, said that because the ACFR was so far out of date for the county, there was a possibility that the county would not be able to apply for new state or federal grants. With the publication and finalization of the ACFR from 21-22, will that be sufficient for the county to continue applying for state and federal grants, or will we need the 22-23 also finished in order to apply for new state or federal grants?
What they're asking for right now is the 21-22 financial statement. I believe that they would ideally like the 22-23, but knowing we're only 6 months out of that audit, not a year and a half, the intent is once we do receive that, the 21-22 ACFR, I will be sending that off to the credit rating agencies that have been asking.
Okay, great. So with the completion of this ACFR, the county will be able to continue to apply for state and federal grants, and your expectation and hope is that we'll be able to complete the next ACFR 22-23 in another 2 or 3 months, which will put us back in good standing again for additional state or federal grants. Because to me, it's sort of a death knell for any city in California, any county government in California. If an agency is ineligible to get state and federal grants, I mean, it would die on just local tax dollars.
Understood. I would be cautious of saying 2 to 3 months for the 22-23. We are working with RGS to get all of the information in Munis so that we can close out and set a guideline on how to proceed in the future independently. But the intent is that we close 22-23 as soon as possible.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hasjack.
So when you say as soon as possible, and certainly last year it didn't seem like we closed the books until June or something, then it was still questionable. So you're thinking a few months?
We need to get all of the information into Munis, all of our accruals and everything, and then we need to engage CLA to begin the audit. I have not yet spoken with CLA to understand what their timing is on their piece of completing the audit. That is a conversation I'm planning on having this week.
So the audit has to happen in order to close the books?
So we close the books, and then we submit the required information to the outside auditors so they can independently review it. And then once that entire process is done, then we would get the finalized act for, that process hasn't even begun, but I believe everyone is, in agreement that we want to get this, completed as soon as possible. So I will have those conversations later this week with CLA, and I can report back at the 19th on the board meeting at the 19th to have a better timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
How's Audimentum working for the office? Do you envision the board needing to take any future action to improve tooling?
Audimentum is a challenge for both the auditor and the treasurer tax collector's offices, but I believe with the help of IT and what CEO Antle described today, we are getting additional, or there's an intention to get additional resources in of the auditor's office and treasurer tax collector's office to move that process along. In addition, the auditor's office has asked for the authority to hire an FTE to help with the property tax side more specifically, and then also help on other things that are not currently being done, such as auditing special districts and county departments.
Thank you for the thorough report.
Sarah, I'd like to explore with you a little bit about the Munis system and do we lack input of data into the system in terms of its functionality? Is that what the problem is? Is there things that have just never been entered, or what?
Yes, historically, none of the adjusting entries from the audit were ever entered into the system. So we were using the system more as a budgetary reporting system instead of a true financial system. So the intent will be to take 21-22's adjusting entries, get those entered so that we should be able to produce a statement of net position or a balance sheet in a financial statement.
So that's something that could be reported on a regular basis, going through the year, like quarterly?
Yeah, quarterly would be preferable because there are, timing issues with when we receive revenue versus expenses. But that would be the goal. I think we're still quite some time out from that because we need to get through the 22-23 audit, and then we can start looking at what that looks like.
Okay, and how is RGS working out for you? In other words, who's kind of your go-to as you sort of chart using Munis properly? Is it the software and IT, or is it RGS is kind of helping you organize the system?
RGS is helping us organize how to get the information into the system where we have historically not entered it. So we're going to need to come back in front of the board, get authorization to create some funds. That is going to be on the 19th. Once those are set up, we can kind of proceed from there. They're helping us guide us with that process, but Client First and IT are also working through some options of how to better utilize Munis.
Okay, would you say that your office is entering into a more professional status as what we'd expect for the ACTT?
Yeah, I believe that both offices are working diligently to try to come up to what the systems could produce. And then I believe, helping or with the hiring of an additional staff member to help with property tax will bring the department, forward.
I think this is really significant because we know that we've struggled with handling our money and having an accounting of it. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing, and I also appreciate your staff because I think leadership is everything when you're working with the department, and who's in charge makes a big difference as to how things get done. So thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to just, appreciate the staff as well. They've been working really hard to ensure that we're moving along.
Okay. Any further questions or comments?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to go on to agenda item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including public comment. Or public comment. Still online? None in the room? We're good. All right, we'll move on to item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance, Chapter 8.69 of the Mendocino County Code regarding the Partnership Health Plan of California Commission. And this is County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The county is a member of the Partnership Health Plan of California, which is essentially a multi-county commission to provide certain medical services. The commission is in the process of restructuring to add some new members, and as such, they've decided they're changing their bylaws to change the overall representation and the allocation of the members among the commission. Because this is created by ordinance by the member counties, that requires an amendment to the ordinances in order to make that effective. The partnership provided some sample language to go ahead and affect that, just to make sure that the board is fully up to speed. What they actually provided was a full redo of the ordinance that we have as a new sample model ordinance. Because of the number of changes in there, some of which didn't appear to be important, but we're going to take a fair amount of time to review. We stripped this down to just the operative language that would change the composition, and brought this forward to get this done in a timely manner. The change in the representation wouldn't be effective until next year because some of the terms are phasing out. So you will have to make a decision in the future as to who your one representative will be as opposed to your two representatives. And then additionally, some of the language that we took out, and we did talk to Partnerships Council before making the changes to make sure that there was no objection to this approach. We also removed some that talked about, state had asked for some relatively vague language regarding appointment reflecting diversity and particularly highlighting particular racial or ethnic groups. I do think that the board can still take many factors in terms of who wants representing it into account, but we did have some concerns about the amount of legal analysis we'd need to do to figure out whether that language is going to create a problem. And since it wasn't actually imposing any requirement, we stripped it out to make this process a bit more streamlined.
And when you say this will be implemented next year, do you mean like next calendar year or next fiscal year?
I believe it's next calendar year. I don't know. Okay.
Okay. All right. So we have some questions. I'll start with Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I just want to kind of highlight the importance of this position. And during the time I've been on the board, we've had maybe a couple presentations from Partnership Health and or our representatives on it. I don't think that anybody in this room fully understands the possibilities of what Partnership Health could fund. I had a conversation with a neighbor in Fort Bragg who coincidentally moved to the coast from Sacramento, has an expertise in this area and in Medi-Cal, and he was explaining how other counties have worked either with Partnership Health or their equivalent in other parts of California to do some really innovative things. So for example, one of the primary problems in rural California is the fact that we don't have enough new doctors moving into this area. We have a lot of retiring doctors and very few doctors replacing them. And he felt that there was the possibility, at least, of approaching Partnership Health with proposals like, attracting new interns, even potentially using some of these funds to create housing, temporary housing if that's needed for someone to land here before they find housing. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunities with Partnership Health that we're probably not really using, so if we're now going from 2 to 1 appointments, I think we should think very carefully about who that one person is. And this person wasn't looking for a contract to be hired as a consultant, although he's done that work for other counties. He was only offering this as someone who's moved to Mendocino County and doesn't want to see the the loss of health care in Mendocino County. And I think that someone like him, whether he's on this board or at least talking to whoever is on this board, is really critical to make sure that we're maximizing what we could be getting out of Partnership Health, because at this point, I'm not convinced we are.
So just first thing that flashed in my head is that I'd love for you to represent us, since you spend a lot of time thinking about benefits and healthcare and everything else. So I don't know if that's something you'd entertain, but
I think we'd want a subject area expert.
Okay. CEO Antle.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a couple of comments. Partnership came into our area somewhere between 2005 and 2009. At that point, between the county and the clinic organizations, they came together to fill those 2 seats. So there was a representative from the rural health clinics as well as a representative from the county. Typically, administration from the clinics and prior directors of health and human services. I filled the seat as a clinic representative in the past, and I'm currently the county rep. Since Tammy Moss Chandler left, that position came to me. I am the county rep on that. To Supervisor Jurdy's point, the clinics have used that program to recruit and retain providers. So there's stuff happening that, to his point, probably needs to be more in front of this board on a regular basis or quarterly basis, so that you're following what the connection with partnership can do.
Okay, so I'm always impressed with Supervisor Jurdy's ability to dive into a subject and find out a lot. So I'm curious, CEO Antle, do you have an advisory group, or how do you get information so that when you negotiate with or participate in meetings, what's your basis of knowledge?
I'm sorry, could you explain?
So you represent us, so who
from a healthcare perspective, because my prior life was a healthcare system for 22 years, a master's degree in health service administration.
Yeah, you're pretty qualified, but
okay.
I'm curious if anybody else talks with you, or...
Well, I talked to the other partner. Paula Cohen currently is representing the clinics and has been for a number of years now. We also talk with Adventist Health on a regular basis about their needs and what we can do to support them as well.
Okay.
And they have regular board meetings. I believe they're every other month that we attend to. Yeah.
So it sounds like we need a little bit more interaction with the board for updates.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm hearing from Supervisor Jurdy as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add to that,
Sure.
Partnership did offer to do a presentation, given how much we had on calendar and just the nature of the ordinance change. I told Darcy I didn't think that, or I told CEO Antle I didn't think that it was necessary for this meeting. If you would like more presentations and updates, I'm sure that can be accommodated.
Okay, sounds good. Any other board member comment on this? Do we have a motion? Correct. So I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Oh, public comment, I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the room or online who wishes to comment on this item? No one? Okay. All right, then I think we are ready for the call, for the vote.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair McCourty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Okay, so now we're going to move on to agenda item number 4D, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding the possible assignment of community development block grant program income funds for fiscal year 23-24 and development of eligible projects for the 2024 notice of funding availability and adoption of resolution authorizing the submittal of an amendment to the Mendocino County's current community development block grant program income standard agreement with Housing and Community Development in the amount of $263,278.05. So sponsor is Executive Office.
Thank you, Chair McGourty. At the direction of this board, most recently, we created a grants division and recently moved this program under the grants division And again, at the request of this board, bringing forward an opportunity for the board to put input into how to use this funding moving forward. So I will turn this over to Principal Analyst Wen Ung and our Grants Division Manager, Kelly Hansen.
Good morning, can you hear me? Apologies. Technical difficulties. As Principal Analyst Swen Malala of the Executive Office, as CEO Antle has described, this is a few months ago, your board has given direction to come back to be able to provide some feedback and direction on the CDBG Community Development Block Grant Program. So we do have two opportunities that are coming up. The 2024 NOFA that are opening up at the end of January 2024. And we do have some CDBG PI, which is program income, left over from our existing business assistance loans that we would like your board's direction on how to move forward with these two applications. And is it okay if we share our screen? Okay. Go back online.
Kelly Hansen, Executive Office Grants Unit. So as Schwinn said, in response to board direction, we come to you today to present the current state of the county's CDBG program and options going forward and request guidance on projects and eligible activities. The board would like to see program income, or PI, as you'll hear us say, used for, and which projects you'd like to see further developed for our application to HCD's 2024 Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, in late January when it comes available. To give a little bit of background, CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant Program, was designed to help rural cities and counties improve economic opportunities and meet community revitalization needs. These are provided as grants and cannot be used to supplant general fund dollars. HUD, the granting agency, envisions these funds to really be used as gap financing to add final necessary funds for a project to be successful, and not necessarily to be the only source of funding. And the grants, the competitive grants, when they're available, are vary in amount based on annual allocations and activity limits. CDBG funding, every project, program, or activity, including program income projects that receive CDBG funds through HCD, must meet two criteria. They must meet a national objective, which you see in the number 1 on the left-hand column, and it must also be an eligible activity. So you see point number 2 here. So you can go on to the next one. Slide 4, any activity that is not authorized by CDB statute is ineligible for funds. And it especially is of note for us that statute specifically stipulates that certain activities are not to be used, CDBG funds are not to be used for, such as the general conduct of government, general government expenses, operating and maintaining expenses of public facilities, improvements, and services, and for program income, specifically planning projects or public services. So for getting into the meat of the item, for program income, some CDBG activities such as business assistance loans, general program income, can extend CDBG dollars further. Program income, is important to note, retains its federal identity in perpetuity, and it needs to be used for CDBG eligible activities that meet those national objectives. It can't be banked, we can't hold on to it, and HCD requires that a plan be in place to use existing funds. And any PI that's on hand that we don't have a plan in place for, or plan to have a plan in place for, HCD can require and request to have those funds be returned. Allowable uses of PI. So we can include PI in an application for a competitive grant or an OTC, over-the-counter grant. We can apply to do a program income only application, or we can add it to an existing open award. Of note is that the next competitive grant opportunity will be the 2024 Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, which will come open in late January. We will have the opportunity to submit 2 applications. One is an over-the-counter solicitation, and one will be a competitive, they call it a competitive solicitation, and those differentiate in the type of activity you can apply for. The combined total award limit is $3.25 million. It is of note that we do need to submit with those applications an audit, and as far back as we can go is the 21-22 audit. Not having a clean audit on file was why our applications last year were not accepted. So for program, why we're coming today is before we can apply for competitive grants, we need to come up with a plan for our program income. So in 2021, the county did launch a business assistance loan program. We allocated $500,000 to provide flexible, low-interest, 1% loans to small and medium businesses in the county's unincorporated area. Loans were required to meet CDBG public benefit standards and HUD 6 CDBG underwriting standards. We did set the loan terms for length and duration as well as the interest amount. Funds were awarded to 3 separate businesses, which included Cold Creek Compost, Geiger's Hopland Market, and Happy Rides. We receive PI repayments from these 3 loans and 3 other first-time home buyer programs and business loans. We get about, depending on the month, between $13,000 and $15,000 per month. We also incur ongoing expenses from external loan servicing with subcontractors that run about $1,200 per month to service our current loans. One thing to note is recent program changes have altered how Mendocino County can report and claim ongoing loan servicing expenses for our program income programs. HUD and HCD now require that a grantee have an active business loan program for a grantee to bill for expenses related to loan servicing and staff time. So the county has to have an open agreement with HCD for a business assistance loan program, which is set to expire, our current one, in June of 2024. With the changes in the rules surrounding the use of PI, the open agreement requires a contract amendment so the county can be compensated for incurred loan servicing expenses of past and current loans, and $50,000 for one of the current 3 loans that were approved under the open agreement. At this time, staff recommends that the county move forward with an amendment to the current agreement of $263,278.05 to cover those expenses incurred and not yet billed to HCD. With $58,225.34 of program income on hand as of October 31st of this year. There are multiple options for use of program income we can look at this time. Staff compiled and evaluated a list of proposed projects from county department requests, as well as from the community listening sessions conducted this fall as part of the Prepare California Jumpstart Grant for eligibility and viability from the CDBG program compiled with technical assistance with HCD. Staff recommends, as I mentioned, amending the current business assistance loan program agreement so currently incurred costs can be charged to HCD. Staff also recommends allocating funding for internal capability to deliver economic development technical assistance with current loan funds. With the remaining program income funds, the county can decide to put forward funds towards other PI projects or towards the budget of the January 2024 NOFA application projects. The other item that the county may consider submitting a PI application for is a new business assistance loan program. This action would allow the county to continue to use CDBG program income to offer additional business loans to our community during this time of economic uncertainty, while businesses are facing year-over-year decline, as our community is facing year-after-year decline in small business lending, consistent with rising interest rates and tightening credit standards. It would also allow the county to cover the costs associated with servicing loans under its existing portfolio going forward, which runs about, as I mentioned, $1,200 per month currently, and to be considered having an active loan program with HCD. We need to only give out about 1 to 2 new loans per year during the 3 years of the agreement. So that would be 3 to 6 loans during the duration of the program. And a loan has to be a minimum of $35,000. So it does not have to be a $500,000 program. By having an active loan program, the county would be able to continue to use its CDBG PI for loans and expenses to process those new loans, plus servicing of loans under the portfolio. As some of the current loans have 10 to 15 years left, the county has the option to reapply for business assistant loan program application every 3 years to keep the program active and cover ongoing program expenses. If the county does not reapply for business assistant loan program application, the county will need to specify how it will cover the ongoing loan expenses, such as external loan servicing, which will run until 2038. And currently, we do receive an estimated program income of $13,000 to $15,000 per month from the current 6 loan repayments. So looking at other possible PI projects, from talking to facilities and lining up critical facility needs, and then also looking at this moment, what could be eligible. As we mentioned, we talked about the business assistance loan program, then looking at critical facility needs. The Bower Park has a need for ADA improvements, from working on bathrooms, sidewalks, parking lots, and walking paths. They said they could use up to $500,000 on that project, but would take whatever we could give them. Faulkner Park also needs a hazardous tree removal work. They requested $150,000 for that project. The Public Defender's Office also needs significant ADA improvements, which they requested $500,000 for. And then the Yokayo Center also a request for interior lighting upgrades in the amount of $300,000. Looking at the 2024 NOFA, again, we evaluated this list based on eligibility and viability, and also looking at the community listening session needs list. This would be a bigger list and a bigger project possibilities as well. There's a possibility that a project with the jail expansion and utility upgrades and ADA We're calling that the Sheriff's Office Utility and ADA Corridor. Then also looking at the ADA transition plan update for all the county facilities. So the planning, the last one I believe was done in the I think it was 2013. So it needs some updates there. CSA, the Cultural Services Agency, they've asked for some planning help with the Ukiah Library, the Willits Library. Could use some planning around ADA energy and lighting retrofits, and the Willits Museum also with the planning. The community listening sessions, as you can see in this slide, turned up a lot of wonderful ideas that our community would like us to look at further. And we also will be doing, as part of the HCD requirements for CDBG, a public participation listening, public noticed hearing. Staff will solicit input from the local community on its needs and proposed activities. And it'll be an opportunity to educate our community, inform residents regarding this program, provide a forum for community input, and obtain housing, economic, and community development needs. And then we will add this to our proposed project list, which will then be presented to the board in January. So next steps. So the Board of Supervisors has the authority to allocate program income to multiple projects and determine the projects to be pursued in the 2024 NOFA, with each project potentially becoming a separate grant application to HCD. With the $858,225.34 of program income on hand as of the end of October, there are multiple options for its use. Staff recommends amending the current business assistant loan program agreement so costs can be charged to HCD. We also recommend allocating funds for internal capability to deliver economic development technical assistance with current program income funds. With the remaining PI funds, the county can decide to put the funds towards another program income project or towards the budget of the 2024 NOFA application projects. With this report, staff requests guidance from the board on the projects or eligible activities they wish to see program income funds utilized for, and which projects they would like further developed for the 2024 NOFA in January. With this specific feedback from the board, the department can solicit additional proposals consistent with the board direction, which can be brought back to the board in January with the results of the public hearing for final direction and approval on which projects are included in the required resolutions that will be submitted with applications to HCD for the 2024 NOFA. Resolutions for approval will be presented on the consent calendar once it's been circulated and approved for County Council.
And the list, I know Kelly had a hefty list of proposed county projects. They are listed on page 6 of your memo. With that, we are open to any questions.
Supervisor Williams.
I think Jardine has check. We're ahead of it.
Supervisor Jardine.
First of all, I want to compliment Kelly and Schwinn for the research they've done in a very short amount of time. They've become, I would say, some of the county's few subject area experts on the Community Development Block Grant Program. There are only probably 4 or 5 people in the county that really understand this program, and now there are 2 of them. So they've given us many options here, and I really appreciate seeing these options in writing. For years, I've been pointing out that the cities have been running circles around the county when it comes to this program, using these funds for beneficial improvements. And as I pointed out at a recent meeting, the last 6 years that CDBG reports the funding that they've allocated within Mendocino County, the County of Mendocino only secured $1 million, City of Ukiah $2 million, City of Fort Bragg $6 million during that time period. I'm optimistic with people like Kelly and Schwinn now focused on this grant program and managing it, that the County of Mendocino 6 years from now might be able to report that it's secured $6, $10, $20 million in CDBG funds. So I feel like this report and their work represents a sea change for the County of Mendocino. And specifically, the options, as they've pointed out, are numerous that the county could be using these funds to pay for neglected infrastructure. We know the county's basically broke, it doesn't have money for infrastructure, and what do you know? This program, as bureaucratic as it is, federal funds administered by the state can in fact be used for county infrastructure. Maybe not fully funding the project, but at least finishing the project, or making the project energy efficient, or making the project ADA compliant. So there are a number of options here. Frankly, I almost don't care which ones we pick, as long as we focus on fixing the county's crumbling infrastructure. So I'll leave it that to you guys, which ones you guys want to pick, but I would note that we have some projects that will, if they ever get addressed, will only be addressed otherwise with county general fund dollars, which are the most scarce dollars that the county has. There are certain other county buildings, like the OKO, which are allegedly state programs funded by the state. So I personally would put them a little lower on the totem pole than the county projects that are otherwise funded with state dollars. But with that as a prelude, I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about which county projects do we want to finally fund with this program.
Supervisor Williams.
It's nice to hear someone's a team player today. I don't know if everybody feels that way about me. The only item that I would question on here is the technical assistance. Never know exactly what it means, and I want to be able to look back and see that we made a tangible difference. And so if we fix some infrastructure, say ADA accessibility or energy efficiency, lighting in this building, for example, everyone can look at it and say, wow, what a success. We put the money to work and we see the results. With technical assistance, it's much more ambiguous whether we actually accomplished anything. So I would probably steer away from that and hear what my
but if it's okay with the chair, I can clarify that. I think it's a really fancy way of saying to fund for our economic development analyst's time.
Right. And so I would steer away from that, I think, and focus on the more tangible.
We'll just go down the line. So Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. It's not quite time for public comment yet. It's after this item. No problem. So I also, like Supervisor Jordy, really appreciate the work that has been done in this program, and in the past have been concerned about the way that some funds were used. I think we have a real opportunity to focus on some county facilities that do need attention, and I just want to be cautious when we're looking at housing projects to really make sure that we're focusing on all areas of the county. In particular, when it comes to low income and subsidized housing, it doesn't all need to be located in Ukiah. There are plenty of communities that need housing. Like Supervisor Jordy, I was a little bit concerned about the list. One concern for me was the public defender's building, which may not be a facility that we want to continue operating. So I'm not sure about investing $500,000 in it. And again, with the Yokeo Center and the opportunities for other types of funding for that project. We have a very lengthy list of buildings, some that are slated to be removed. We have that feasibility study that occurred, so I really like to make sure that we're being thoughtful about how we are using the funds specifically for county infrastructure. But thank you for all of your work on this so far.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I also appreciate the conversations we've had about this program and everything. I've certainly learned a lot, and it seems like the staff proposal, I appreciate both of them, because it seems like to move us along with the programs we've had and to make sure that we're getting the money that we need for the county, we need to go with the first one. And then the second one is the economic development process that we've been working on for a long time. And that's the way to, we always said that our goal was to find the funding to make sure that can continue. And so this seems like that avenue where we can fund the economic development projects that we're working on. So I really appreciate those two recommendations. we had a conversation, we had a meeting with people from Covelo who've been working on a fire hydrant water system for the last several years. And without that, they can't do any kind of really community development because the building codes and everything prohibit it. And it's just too onerous without any kind of community water system or fire hydrant. And I think the Office of Emergency Services is very much behind getting something along those lines. So I know we had the meeting on Friday and it didn't get into this list, but I know that you're aware of it. And I certainly wanted, they're asking for 50,000. I think, Kelly, you were talking more that they needed about 200,000 for kind of a feasibility study and to make sure that everything was covered as far as implementing. So I just think that, we have a very high needy community in that regard, and which would fit all of the qualifications that are listed here. And so I just think that would be a worthy project to, whether we go for it, maybe it doesn't fit into the planning or right now with the PI because maybe it doesn't fit, but we could certainly consider, going for one of the NOFA grants. And so I'm just putting that out there for people's consideration because this is a high need community. And also, if we're looking at the energy efficiency, and I noticed that it was at the Yokeo Center, but could that be used for the energy efficiency that we're looking at for the main campus here?
If I may, Kelly Hansen again. One of the complexities of CDBG has to do with the scroll back up here. Meeting those national objectives and the population that you serve. Unfortunately, you cannot use CDBG funds for the operation of general government services. The admin campus is, we asked HCD, they consider the admin campus as general admin services and not delivering public services. So that's the differentiation between Yokeo and the admin campus, whereas how Yokeo qualifies is they provide services to a particular type of, shall we say, customer that qualifies based on their type. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So they would, that's why that qualifies and
Yes.
this wouldn't. So.
Yeah.
And we are looking at, we don't have a clear answer yet. We are hoping to, hopefully we can get a number of % of square footage that actually serves the general public, and we will have the funds cover that specific percentage, but that's something we're still looking at.
Supervisor Williams?
Wanted to support Supervisor Haschek on the Covelo water project, if there's any way we can get that into this program. And secondarily, could we look at the highest priority items in our CIP? Right, I think there was $200 million of deferred maintenance. Which of those that are the highest priority may qualify under this program? A couple, but we had $200 million of work.
$200 million that we're getting.
So one thing to note is that the Covelo project would be a planning grant, and planning grants are not eligible to be used with program income. So we would not be able to use our PI for the Covelo project. We would be able to submit one of our NOFA applications in January if we wanted to for a planning grant on their for that project.
If I could.
Sure.
So we could put like 50,000 aside to supplement the NOFA grant application. Okay.
We could not use our program income dollars to supplement that budget, no. But we could ask for a budget up to $250,000 in that planning application for that project.
Kelly,
Well,
could I just
Can
follow
I?
up on that? So for clarification, when the NOFA comes out in January, the county will be able to apply, can you clarify, for both a planning grant and an implementation grant, or just a planning grant? Or just one or the other?
We can apply for 2 applications, one over the counter and one planning. It's here, this slide here. So we can do one over the counters, which is infrastructure, housing, or economic development, and one, they call it a competitive, which would be a public service or a planning grant.
And so for clarification on the list that you have as preliminary ideas for the 24 NOFA, you listed generally county facilities, architectural barrier remover, ADA, public improvement, sidewalks, et cetera, and then there's some sub-bullet points. There's sheriff office, utility, and ADA corridor estimated at $3 million. So you've identified that as an eligible expense, and can you just elaborate a little bit more about what that is?
In talking with facilities, that is an opportunity to work on the underground utilities going to the jail expansion, as well as the ADA improvements going to, so parking lot, sidewalk, etc.
We all know how the jail project has been an overwhelming burden of the county general fund. It just seems to me that if some aspect of this project could be covered from CDBG, it should probably rise pretty high to the top of our list.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I'll make a motion because my understanding is that we need to decide how we're going to spend this program income. And so I would recommend that we do both of the staff recommendations. And then we have about $400,000 left after that. And that the lighting upgrade for Yokeo Center would be free something. And so we use that. And then whatever's left, we use it for supplementing one of our over-the-counter solicitations in January.
Second.
So I have a couple questions for the group. First of all, really glad to see both of you here. There was one of the things that when I was campaigning, I said we need a contracts and grants division because most large organizations have them who are specialists in grants and know how to apply for them and know how to manage them. And I guess that's the second point I really wanted to focus on is managing them, because I'm working with you now on our CAL FIRE grant for which we're struggling with, and I just wondered what are kind of your plans for administering these grants? How are they going to be done?
For these CDBG projects, if we were to get awarded.
Yes.
So for example, which project do you want to start with?
Really, anything that involves physical construction?
For construction, facilities would have to take the lead. So our grants division would take the grants management piece. Working closely with facilities, they would have to take the project management piece because it's construction, you talk about public works, and we don't have that expertise.
Okay. I'm wondering too then for other communities, outlying small communities like Hopland is really facing a crisis right now because Caltrans wants to do some ADA compliance on Highway 101, and the Hopland Public Utility District is supposed to be responsible for making some of the changes to their water and sewer service. Is this something that eventually could be applied for assistance?
Possibly. Utilities, ADA compliance are all possibly eligible CDB expenses. The devil is always with the details.
So Caltrans has got the ADA part done, but evidently state highway funds can't be used to change infrastructure underneath the highway, and the Hopkins Public Utility District is pretty limited in what they can financially manage. So I just wondered if there's a potential of assistance from this program.
At your board's direction, staff can look at the feasibility and whether that project is eligible. For the limited time we had, we were focused on county needs and whether they are eligible and feasible.
Yeah, I hardly agree with that, seeing as how so much of our county infrastructure is falling apart, and or in the case of the jail, bleeding us dry in our budget, putting a lot of distress on our economic situation. Anything that we can do to help lessen that problem, I'm very supportive of, and thank you again for, as Supervisor Jordy said, developing your expertise so quickly in this area. It's really heartening. Okay.
For clarification, so it looks like we got a motion to give direction on how to spend the program income, and it looks like you've given us sort of a forecasting for the 2024 NOFA. Are you looking for any general direction on, because you have a limited amount of time between now and when the NOFA comes out in January, if you're looking for any general direction, I would certainly support further investigation into how the NOFA could be responded to by the county with a request for funding for county infrastructure such as ADA and other utility improvements with the jail. If you're looking for any direction, because you have limited time between now and when the applications are due.
Clarification, are we giving that direction separate from the motion?
Unless people who made the motion wanted to include it.
John, are you willing to include it? The second degrees.
We can't hear you, John.
And I'd add to that, the discussion about for the planning grant for the Covelo fire hydrant water system.
Second degrees.
And sorry, if it's okay if we add the acceptance of the resolution attached to.
What was that again?
Does the maker agree on amending the motion to include approval of the resolution attached?
Yes, please.
Oh, sure.
Second degrees.
Okay, I think we're ready for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online? All right, then I think we're ready to go call the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair McCordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. We're moving on to agenda item number 4E, discussion and possible action, including direction of staff regarding the Redwood Complex Ignition Resistant Project.
Chair, if I may, would the board like to consider the lunch break as it's 12:30? I'm not sure this item will be limited to 15 minutes.
Pleasure of the board, lunch?
Like to take a lunch break? Yes.
Okay. All right, so we will adjourn, and what time would you like to come back? 1:30? Okay. We'll be back here at 1:30.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I'm very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom, and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa. Porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia.
Sí.
Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her,
Consider agenda item number 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including direction of staff regarding the Redwood Complex Ignition Resistant Project. Executive Office.
Good afternoon, CEO Antle. I'll be turning this over to Travis Kilmore here in just a second to provide more information. And I see he has a long list of introductions, so maybe I don't want to say too much at this point. Go ahead, Travis.
Good afternoon, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, Travis Kilmer. I'm the Chief Recovery and Resiliency Officer for the county. So we've come before you today to look for some policy guidance for this Redwood Complex Ignition Resistant Construction Project, which has been ongoing. It dates back to after the Redwood Valley Fire. There was some FEMA hazard mitigation grant program funding made available, and one of the categories that it's available for is projects like this, where you can build ignition resistant construction type projects. So county did this project in 2 phases. Phase 1 was subbed out and was subcontracted out and was handled by the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, who did some work on the beginnings of Phase 2 as well. So they did the public meetings, they solicited people to be participants in this program, did environmental and historic preservation reviews, and the county took over right around the end of February. And so to date, we have about 45 properties that are in the queue. And so one of the issues that has come up is we basically see that there's been so many different people involved in this. Originally, there were some other county staff members running this program who are no longer with the county. And so there's just been some inconsistencies that we're hoping to get guidance on here today. So basically there's some FEMA policies that once we started taking a closer look and trying to push contracts through and get these projects started, there were just some things that were not really followed to the letter as they should have been. There were some projects that were conditionally approved that go beyond sort of the spirit of what these types of FEMA programs fund. People asking for very expensive projects that go above and beyond what would meet the criteria for getting someone a Class A ignition resistant roof. So the other concern we have is that because it's taken as long as it has from recruiting, well, soliciting and getting people who wanted to be a part of this program, and now where we're actually working on putting together the contracts, is that initially the projects, most of them were scoped without accounting for these being considered public works projects and needing prevailing wage to be factored in. So that raised a lot of the costs for each project, actually raised them significantly. In most cases, it more than doubles the cost of the construction. And then also there's been significant increases just due to time and materials as this has dragged on, because prevailing wage goes up. We've seen record inflation. So anyway, basically what we're looking to do here is we are looking, let me see here, to have some guidelines put on this program. We want to see the maximum reimbursements. We want to see a cap put on those so that we can ensure that all these projects that are in the queue are actually something we can fund. At the moment, we're not over the amount of grant funding that we have, but there are still several projects that we have not received updated quotes for, and we would need that. And with the other projects that have received updated recent quotes, we've seen on average about a 20% increase just due to the material changes. We're also looking to potentially limit program eligibility to homes that are primary residences for the applicant, because we have several homes in the program that are second homes or rentals. And then the third thing that we're looking to add would be we want to see that program participants are limited to building the most cost-effective roofing, or using the most cost-effective roofing option, which still achieves a Class A ignition resistance rating, because we have seen some people in the program who, while their proposed roof does meet that classification, it's goes significantly above and beyond what is necessary to achieve that rating. And they're just very expensive. We want to make sure that we can get everybody through this program and not run out of grant funding. Yeah. So if there's any questions, we can answer them.
Sure, we'll start with Supervisor Dirty. Or Supervisor Williams.
Are all of the applicants being reimbursed for all out-of-pocket costs today?
No, I should have clarified that. I'm sorry. So the applicants pay 30.1% of the cost and then are reimbursed for 69.9%.
So I have some applicants, and maybe this is old news, that's why I just want to get clarification, complaining to me that work was done that's not as part of the roofing project repairs that they're getting stuck with, and they're getting stuck with it at prevailing wage. Do you know anything about this?
Well, it would depend. There were a few people in the program who went ahead with construction before they actually received an executed contract and a notice to proceed letter. And you cannot begin the project per FEMA's rules. There's no way to go back. Once you've done it, then you are stuck with the total cost.
And do we know anything about how many of those applicants? I think there maybe have been some confusion that's causing people to be out of pocket for expenses they thought were included in this program.
I'm aware of one. So it may be the one that you're referencing.
Probably.
I'm also aware of a few people who had lower cost projects, just gutter covers and things like that, that opted not to move forward with this because.
And was it a requirement that through multiple bids, is it 3 bids be submitted?
It was supposed to be. It's difficult for us to verify that was actually done during phase 1. We don't have a lot of record keeping since we didn't manage that directly.
So I guess maybe it's a question for County Council. How do we get out of the situation where at least one, maybe more than one, has issue with out of pocket expenses that were not anticipated and are at prevailing wage, even though it's their private project?
Candidly, I think we need to evaluate those on a case-by-case basis. I don't know that we're going to be able to take care of that as part of this item here today.
Is it possible to get board direction to clear that up? I just don't want to drop the ball on it, and it seems like it's been festering, and it's directly related to this program.
I think this is something I would take upon my office to go ahead and do a little bit of inquiry and then depending upon some specifics, we might even be reporting back and closed.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Jurdy and then Supervisor Hashtag.
Travis, you said that the program wants to pay for essentially the essence of the re-roofing that's needed to meet the standards, not a more elaborate or more expensive product. So could you just give us an example, like what's the roofing material that they're looking to cover that accomplishes the fire resistance, but maybe there's a more expensive typing of roofing that they could go with, or an upgrade that would cost more? In that case, would the applicant pay the cost difference?
So there are some composite roofing materials that do meet the standard. Those tend to be the cheaper ones, but then you can also get a metal roof. And we have one case here of someone that wants a Tesla solar roof, which they say does meet that classification, but it's more than $250,000 for that one roof, which doesn't seem like that's the spirit of how FEMA wants to disperse these funds. What was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
I guess I was just trying to understand. So, because obviously I was thinking metal roof would clearly meet the standards. Maybe there's a more expensive kind of metal roof. Would the program work if it covered the basic metal roof costs, but if they wanted to upgrade to a more expensive metal roof, that's on the applicant? Or is it always, no matter, if you're in the program pays 69% of the total project cost regardless? So is that the issue?
That's the issue currently. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of guidelines put in on how this was originally written, and when we've reached out to Cal OES and also FEMA, they haven't given us a lot of direction. They pointed us back to the application that we submitted, which didn't really establish these guidelines, and they won't give us a lot of firm answers on, yeah, that would be allowable or not. So we're trying to not get the county in trouble here, and we don't want to see clawbacks potentially if they come and audit.
Okay, so the concern is we don't have permission and clarity from the state that if someone wants to pay for an upgraded roof above and beyond what's essential, then the program would allow for that. Is that the issue?
Yes.
Councilor Curtis.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I might ask the board to pose a question to Mr. Kudrowski. There's a distinction here between some of these things are concerns about what the state might claw back. Some of these things are just features of a program that the board has some control over. And I know we've spent some time trying to get some guidance from the state. There's not as much we would have hoped. We did get, as I understand it, some of the FEMA guidelines, but this might be one if the cost is kept relative to what's necessary to actually accomplish. I'd ask if we could get an opinion from the deputy that's worked on that.
Sure.
So, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, as the contracts were being routed and as they've been presented back to the county, that there were no parameters as far as we could see that the contractor had utilized in moving these back to the county, so that we get the one roof that was a Tesla roof. We have other very large roofs. And as we reviewed those and thought about, well, if this is a $250,000 roof, why are we paying 70% of that? So we did upload a revised memo today that has kind of 3 prongs we're recommending for policy procedures here. And one is, we're looking to a maximum reimbursement amount of $70,000. That there hadn't been no cap in any way, shape, or form before this, and that would cover all the 9 agreements that were already executed prior to this point. We're looking to, again, limit eligibility to a primary residence, so we're not looking at people who have secondary homes. Fire is an issue, but at the same point, in terms of trying to make sure we're covering people who need this the most, people with a secondary home may have the means to do that. And third was added to limit the participants to the most cost-effective roofing option that achieves this Class A ignition resistance classification. And we could alter that slightly to say, limit them to the cost. They may only be reimbursed for the cost of the roof that is the most cost-effective roofing option that meet that requirements. Then, if for their home, they'd have whatever the roof would have cost for the base Class A roof. And if they wanted to go beyond that, that would be on their cost.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, just a couple of things. One is that if that was enacted, that would mean that we need to have documentation, both of it to the cost of the actual roof that's installed and to what the cheaper option would have been to be able to establish the cap as to what they would be eligible for. And then if Mr. Kudrowski could just speak to whether we're aware of anything in the guidelines that would present any problems with that sort of structure, if we think that that would be adequate for the purposes of meeting the federal regulations.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, the federal regulations we're talking about limit their, we think these grants to what's necessary and reasonable, and so I can't see that there would be an issue as long as that cost is maxed out. If the person wanted to fund the extra cost of that roof, that would, if that's on them, I wouldn't imagine the federal government would necessarily be concerned about that. But again, we're doing this kind of at this point in time rather than on the front end of it.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair. So it seems like, if the recommendation is to limit it to primary ownership, $70,000 and this reasonable cost. And so if you do that, are all the loans or the applicants, primary, or are we going to use up all the money if we do that? If we limit it to those three things?
With the numbers we have right now, there would still be some money left over, but like I said, there is some rescoping that's going to have to be done, and there may be cost increases there, but I don't think it'll use up every bit of it, even with that.
Okay, are there any rentals in here? Because I can see a secondary home, okay, we don't want to use it for that, but if there's rentals and rentals are someone's, it seems like that might be inappropriate if there's extra money left over.
Yeah, there's at least one that is a rental. And some of them we'd have to get more clarification from the applicant to find out if it's just like a vacation home that they own or if they're renting it out to someone.
So right now, if we approved the recommendations that you're recommending, then is that enough guidance for you at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move that we approve the recommendations offered by staff.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I do know that I've been speaking with staff and community members about this program for quite some time, so I am anxious to see it move forward and understand the recommendations. I agree with my colleagues that funding the roof of an Airbnb or some type of second home might not be the best use of funds, but not everybody that owns a rental is a wealthy property owner. People own rentals for a variety of reasons, and so if there's only one applicant that may have renters in their home and can't afford a new roof, I'm not opposed to funding that. So I understand the direction that's currently being given, but I'm a little bit concerned that we may have property owners that aren't able to afford a roof, but we have families living in homes that are tenants and also can't afford a roof.
Well, if I could chime in. Sure. That was kind of my thinking too, is that we go with the basis of those three recommendations. And then if there's extra money left over, and since we only have one at this point that's a rental, we make that eligible if there's money available.
So I have a slightly different take on this, although I'm the second on the motion. The goal, I don't think it's to save the particular structure that gets the new roof. It's to remove the ignition point, because if you have a structure on fire, it's likely to spread into the wildland, and that can threaten a whole community. So the decision making about where to apply this work should be based on risk. And I don't think the risk has to do with who owns it. Is it primary or secondary use? You're looking at how do you, with a finite amount of funds, how do you remove as many critical ignition sources as possible? Some of those could be vacation rentals, or it could be some other type of use other than a primary residence. The reason you address those is so that you don't have a fire start there and take out a whole neighborhood of people who are primary residents. I don't know if this proposal addresses the risk factor. I'm not against it. It's like, we might as well use the money. This is a fine proposal, but or do you feel like we're actually targeting the structures that are putting communities most at risk?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think the only major parameter here was that it had to be within a higher, very high severe fire area under, not the current set of documents, but the prior one, correct?
Previous ones.
So, and that's what was analyzed by Fire Safe Council in terms of that. So they all meet that requirement. In terms of anything beyond that, I don't think we have enough applications to try and go further.
Are we allowed to add any additional requirements to? I mean, the one that comes to mind is not having wood stoves, right? Talk to an insurance agent about the cost if you have a wood stove. You may not be able to get insurance. If you can, it's a lot more expensive. Seems like that should be part of the deal, is removing the ignition source altogether. I mean, I can think of, I've been to a lot of non-primary resident fires. You have people out of town coming here, starting wood fires in a wood-burning stove, and then it's a risk to the whole neighborhood. Seems like that's what we should be addressing, is get rid of the roof that's flammable and get rid of the wood fire that's a high risk for people who don't live here and know how to do a proper wood fire.
Okay, Supervisor Mulheron?
Supervisor Hashak had his pen up. I think that that's a great conversation to have, but might be a little bit out of scope for what we're trying to do today and to keep the grant process moving along. I know that there may be some applicants that are waiting for a new roof or are at risk of losing their homeowner's insurance because they have an outdated roof and can't get insured. So I think that amongst the people that I've talked to, this program being able to help support them get a new roof is critical for them to be able to stay in their homes. So I would like to see the program move forward. And if Supervisor Williams has an agenda item he wants to bring back about wood stoves, then I'm happy to hear that.
That's fine. I'm the second on this, as stated.
Supervisor Hashtag?
Well, I just agree totally with that we just need to move this along. And I think that we would fill up the chambers with angry people if we don't move it along at this point, because they've waited a long time.
I think you're right. So I don't have much to add to the conversation other than the proposal that staff has here seems prudent and reasonable, and I think we're ready for public comment.
Through the chair, if I may. I would just like to clarify that the motion on the floor is the recommended action that's listed in the final paragraph of the revised memo that was uploaded earlier today. Okay. For the rentals, yes.
Sorry, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. To clarify, number 3, would we want that to be revised so that it is that participants may be reimbursed for the cost of roofs that are the most cost-effective. So if cost-effective roof was $30,000, they wanted to do 50, we could then reimburse them up to the 30, but then the next 20 is up to them. And
That's my understanding, so that we can cover as many people as possible.
Just so that the board is aware, if I may, Mr. Chair, there have been some issues that come up. Essentially, if your project is being partially funded here, does that trigger the prevailing wage for the full cost? And there might be a math that works out for some people where if they want to go with a more expensive route, the grant program might not actually be worth it to them because the amount that they're getting paid isn't going to cover the increase of the cost for the prevailing wage. So that might come up for a few of those scenarios.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
County Council, is there a way going forward we can mitigate a situation where somebody has an out-of-pocket expense that they think is really the county's responsibility? I don't want to claim later, and I don't want hard feelings, and I know this program has already created some of that.
Are you talking about in this program or in future programs?
Well, in both.
So
can you mitigate it going forward?
Yeah, I think there are some things we can work with the grants unit. I think this program actually got started before the grants unit was really established, and there are, some of the work was contracted out to a third party. I think that there are some things that we've been working with them on that may help smooth that along. We may want to talk about just sort of what some of the disclosures are, and maybe even some form language that goes out as part of any grants application process. That may be, I don't know that that's going to do anything for the scenario that you're discussing with that may have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. But in terms of the communication going forward, I think you can never entirely control what an applicant's going to do, but just making sure that they've been properly advised, I think can help mitigate those risks.
Okay, public comment.
Oh, I'm Sonia Campbell, and what I was going to mention you guys have addressed, so I feel really great about that. But just to express to you guys that this has been going on for a very long time. I've been trying to help my parents that were approved for the roofing grant. I believe that happened for them about 4 years ago. I haven't been working on it with them that long. I've been helping them for about 2 years. They've had to have 2 quotes from the roofers because of the time lapse, and it's not because they haven't turned in the paperwork. They've gone to the bank to get approvals for loans and turned in all their paperwork, and it just on and on. I call and I call and I talk to many people about it over and over, and I just put it in on my calendar to call every couple of weeks to say what's happening, what's going on, where is this? And there doesn't seem to be answers. But hopefully now this is like it's going to be moving. That serious. I would love for the next sunny day to have some contractors out there getting to work, not having to wait another summer.
Supervisor Mulhern, you have a question? Okay. Any more public comment in the room? Any public comment online?
Seeing none online.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. One of the challenges that folks that I've talked to about this program is really about communication. And so if this vote moves forward as I expect it to do today, I hope that we're able to get communication out to all of the applicants with an expectation for timelines and to be able to move the contracts forward as quickly as possible for everybody. So I'm looking just towards the executive office to make sure that's something that we can do, just to let all of the applicants know that this happened, this agenda item moved forward today, and they should have certain timelines or expectations, whether that's 4 to 6 weeks to process the contracts or whether that's longer. I think it's important that they understand so that they can plan with their contractor when they're able to put on a new roof, weather depending.
That's a good idea. I think that communications on time is something that we really need to step up as a customer service across the board for Mendocino County. People end up waiting and not hearing and not hearing and not hearing, and they're wondering what's going on. And I think there's too many instances of it. So I wholeheartedly agree with what Supervisor Mulhern is saying and would give that as direction to staff. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. I think we're ready to call the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Judy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chairman Cordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So now we're on to agenda item number 4, which is a notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving agriculture preserve number A2023-001, authorizing the placement of approximately 250 acres into an agricultural preserve in Williamson Act contract for lands of Paul Sousa in the Willits area. Sponsors are Planning and Building Services.
Project Planner Steven Schweitzer here. As mentioned, today we have a request to establish an agricultural preserve in Williamson Act contract over 250 acres in the Willits area. The proposed property is approximately 2.5 miles northeast of Willits City Center and is comprised of 5 assessor parcels. There are numerous Williamson Act contracts in the surrounding area as well as adjacent to the property. The land is currently used for animal husbandry, including the grazing, feeding, caring, and raising of cattle, horses, sheep, goats, and pigs. Mendocino County Board of Supervisors previously adopted some policies and procedures for establishing agricultural preserves pursuant with Municipal Code 2208 1701 that occurred with an ordinance number 4345 back in 2015 and its subsequent amendment in 2017 with resolution number 17041. For the sake of brevity this afternoon, I'll summarize these applicable policies and procedures for establishing an agricultural preserve, as well as the eligibility requirements that the project meets.
Stephen, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second because I missed some procedural things that I need to do.
Sure.
So, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, I'm opening up the public hearing retroactively. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, for the record, all correspondence has been sent to your email regarding this issue.
All right, thank you.
All right, jumping right back into it. Pursuant with section 4.2A, the properties within the proposed preserve boundaries have an agricultural and rangeland zoning designations that meet the restrictive base zoning district. Pursuant to section 4.2B, the land proposed to be restricted by the contract meets the minimum 100 acres, as discussed in the staff report and submitted materials. Pursuant to section 5.2A, the Board of Supervisors may approve an application concurrently for the establishment of an agricultural preserve, as well as a contract within said preserve. Pursuant to section 5.2B, more than 50% of the land proposed to be restricted with the agricultural preserve has been devoted to agricultural uses, as evidenced in the submitted application materials, as well as the staff report. Pursuant to section 5.2C, the land proposed to be restricted, so those 5 assessor parcel numbers meet the minimum parcel size as discussed in the staff report and submitted materials. And lastly, section 5.2D, the land proposed to be restricted by the contract meets the annual income requirements for the establishment of an agricultural preserve. This project was heard at the Planning Commission at their November 16th meeting, and where the commission by resolution unanimously recommended approval to the Board of Supervisors, and that should be an attachment A of the project. So with that, I can entertain any further questions that the board may have on the item.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I don't have any further questions, but I really appreciate the thoroughness of all the reports and everything. And I appreciate what Katrina Bartolome said this morning about compliance issues and how to make sure that we're getting, everyone in the program is there rightfully. And I would move approval of this recommendation.
We need to close the hearing and have public comment, don't we?
Okay, is there any other board members who wish to weigh in there? Or is there any public comment in the room, online? Okay, with that, I will close the hearing.
Second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, good. It's taking a second to find the right item. Okay, so now we're going to move on to agenda item number 4G, is another notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the zoning administrator's denial of an administrative permit modification, AP 2023-0015, requesting authorization for a drive-through window for an existing cannabis dispensary and possible adoption of a resolution related thereto, located at 800 Lake Mendocino Drive, Ukiah. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence has been sent to your email.
Okay, then I will open up the hearing right now, and we're ready for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair McGordy. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Rob Fitzsimmons, the project planner on this project, and he's available on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Again, this is an appeal for the denial of, sorry, just to check. Am I being heard at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, cool. This is an appeal for the denial of the modification of an existing administrative permit for Cure Wellness to allow a drive-through. The question is not whether the cannabis dispensary itself can be approved. It already has been without the drive-through. Upholding this denial will not affect the active permit or licenses. The question is also not whether cannabis dispensaries should have drive-throughs in general, but instead whether this one should be eligible for an exception to have one where others generally cannot. State law explicitly states that in general, cannabis shall not be retailed through a drive-through window, and county code requires compliance with state law. State law does allow for the following exception, however. Per California Code Regulations, section 15025, paragraph E, a commercial cannabis business may have a drive-in or drive-through window only if, prior to June 1st, 2018, 1, the commercial cannabis business received a license or permit from the local jurisdiction for a premises, including a drive-in or drive-through window, which was disclosed on the local application, which the applicants do not allege, or 2, the commercial cannabis business has submitted an application to the local jurisdiction for a license or permit, which at the time of submission of the application included information that a drive-in or drive-through window was already part of or proposed to be part of the premises. And after June 1st, 2018, the local jurisdiction approves the premises with a drive-in or drive-through window. Cure Wellness asserts that they meet this second standard, but staff's finding is that they do not. They were allowed to have a drive-through component on a temporary basis during the declared COVID-19 pandemic, as were many other dispensaries, but this has since ended. Cure asserts that at some point prior to this, they operated a drive-in or a drive-through or a similar drive-in component, but this was never covered under a previous permit. Any such previous use was unpermitted, and deferred enforcement of unpermitted uses does not convey any special grandfathered status, either in county policy or state code. The permit asserts that the existing drive shown on the site plan for the active administrative permit, AP 2017-0109, this is page 52 of attachment A, and I believe it appears elsewhere in the attachments as well, constitutes information that a drive-in was already part of or proposed to be part of the premises. It does not. It was interpreted at the time to simply show a driveway, and the administrative permit was approved based on that assumption. If it had been made clear at the time that the drive-in was proposed, it likely would have been approved with additional conditions related to vehicle stacking. As we are now past the June 1st, 2018 cutoff for seeking approval of a drive-in or drive-through on this or any other cannabis dispensary, it can't be considered now. So again, the question is, does the documentation on file meet the standard for a drive-through exception? And staff's finding is no, it cannot. Therefore, staff recommends upholding the zoning administrator's June 23rd, 23 decision to deny the request and deny the appeal. That concludes the presentation, but I'm available for any questions.
Any questions from board members? Okay, if there's none, then we'll move on to the applicant's presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Our present. I can pull it up on the computer if that's easier.
Can you pull the microphone closer to you too, or not?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay, and state your name for the record.
Chair, would you like me to share the slides?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, apparently I'm not authorized. Not the host.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Williams. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Collie Perkins. I'm one of the attorneys at Emerald Law Group, and we represent Cure Wellness. What we're asking for today is for the Board to make a decision that is favorable to the economy and to our local community. I'm going to walk you through the laws today that allow you to find that this drive-in or drive-through can continue operations in compliance with state law which will benefit Mendocino County and its residents. Also, I want to clarify, we're not asking to bring back the drive-through that it was in existence during COVID. Rather, we're providing evidence of a drive-in that was in operation prior to 2018 with both disclosure to the county and the county's knowledge and allowance for it to occur, which, if you find that it existed and was disclosed to the county, allows Cure to continue operations. This is a huge benefit for the cannabis industry in this county if you allow this. So if we can move to the next slide. First, I want to introduce you to Russell Green. He's present in the audience today. He's the owner of Cure. He's a compliant licensee with a great track record. He has a very long family history here in Mendocino County dating back to the 1860s, and he has a long track record of providing lawful cannabis to our community. He operates 3 dispensaries in Mendocino County, one on South State Street, the one at issue at Lake Mendocino, and one in Willits. He's been open and serving clients at the Mendocino Lake location since 2015, and that has included sales of clones and products through the back door, where clients were allowed to drive around the back to pick up bulk clone orders and other products. He's employed many people in this community, and better yet, his employees are happy. At the zoning administration hearing, we had at least 20 to 30 of his employees who were here, and they not only spoke out about what a great employer he was, but how they had been customers and clients in the past of the exact same drive-through we are seeking to preserve. Many spoke also of their knowledge of disabled persons coming from other counties just to use the drive-in here in Mendocino County, because there are no other drive-throughs for them to obtain medicine for their medical needs. Also, Russ has been a great neighbor to the community. There's no code enforcement violations on his record since the administrative permit was issued. And there's no sign that this has in any way been a problem for the community or the neighborhood surrounding the dispensary. Additionally, as you see, he's made numerous donations to Humane Society, youth sports leagues, public schools, and many other donations. If we can go to the next slide. Here we have a map of all the dispensaries that exist in Ukiah and in the greater county. Here is the State Street location of Cure and the Cure Wellness located by Lake Mendocino. Right here in purple, what we have is the casino, the tribal casino at Redwood Valley, where there will be a drive-through dispensary opening up in the very near future. And as all of you are aware, the profits or the tax dollars from the sales of cannabis at the tribal dispensary will not be going back to Mendocino County. And additionally, I would note that this tribal casino is opening up right off the freeway, so there's an ease of access that is beneficial compared to Cure's location, where it's set way back off the freeway. Additionally, I've heard information that there's an alcohol store opening right next to the casino drive-through, which I don't think is great for our community. And while we do want the tribal casino to succeed, we don't wish them any harm, we don't want to close them down, we do want to level the playing field for Mendocino County residents who have been trying so hard to succeed in the cannabis industry. Okay, next, we're going to go through the history of Cure Wellness. As I said, they started in 2015, and from that time when they opened their doors, they started doing drive-in sales. If you see on the left side of the dispensary there, there's always been a driveway to go back there, and that's where people could pick up products, and mostly clones, but other products as well when needed. And that was part of their normal business practice. This was happening openly and notoriously since they opened their doors in 2015, and any county worker or customer that went in would have seen this happening. In 2016, Russ transitioned to recreational sales after Prop 64 passed. He turned in his application in May of 2016, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And in December 2017, he applied for a use permit application, and part of that is the site plan that was included, which we will discuss in more detail. Next slide, please. Under Mendocino County Code 20.243.080, this is the continued operations clause. Here we argue that because Cure had been conducting business as a drive-in prior to the effective date of the regulations, Cure is eligible to continue operations without obtaining any additional permit which would otherwise be required. It's our position that the county's analysis of this section is incorrect. In a email previously, Vandy Vandewater stated that this section is only related to setbacks from sensitive receptors, and it doesn't apply to any other aspect of the business. Yet there's no support for that contention in our codes. What this code says, in essence, is that retailers who were operating legally prior to October of 2017, which is when 20.243 was adopted, can continue those operations without obtaining additional permits that were newly required by the new section 20.243. So retailers aren't grandfathered in solely with respect to setbacks, but they're actually grandfathered in as to whether or not whatever they were doing at the time, they could now continue those operations without obtaining additional permits. And while they have to still comply with the code sections 20.243.040 regarding use classifications and 20.243.050, except with the setback requirement, as long as they are in compliance with those two sections, then this code section operates to allow continued operations of what the dispensary was doing prior to the adoption of 20.243. So here, where Cure had been operating a drive-in prior to the adoption of 20.243, this section says that they can continue operations. Additionally, the county's stance is contrary to the whole reason why this section was adopted. If you go back and listen to the expressed intent of the board when this section was adopted, the discussion was all around providing a pathway for legal operators to continue their operations and continue serving the community. So we would argue that the county's narrow reading of this is incorrect, and really what this section does is allow continued operations for those who have been operating prior to the adoption of 20.243 back in October of 2017. Additionally, the county references section 19321C of the California Business and Professions Code, and that states in section C, notwithstanding subdivision A, a facility or entity that is operating in compliance with local zoning ordinances and other state and local requirements on or before January 2018 may continue its operations until its application for licensure is approved or denied pursuant to this chapter.
You have 2 minutes left, so.
Okay, going on then. Section E1 and E2, as the county said, we are proceeding under E2. We did provide notice of the drive-through, and that permit application was approved by the county. This is the 2016 permit application. As you can see, there is absolutely nowhere here where Russ could have disclosed the drive-in operations that were occurring. So there's nowhere where that information was sought. Additionally, on this 2017 application, which is the next slide, that also shows that there was nowhere to disclose these operations. And so it would be impossible under 1525, that section was passed in 2018, for an operator who was operating prior thereto to know that this disclosure was required. So in 2016 and 2017, there was no disclosure required to operate a drive-through dispensary. You can operate a drive-through just having a dispensary permit. However, Russ did disclose his drive-in operations, which you'll see on the next slide, which was attached to the 2017 application. Here you see the existing drive, and that is right there, and it encircles the entirety of Cure Wellness Dispensary. That discloses not only that there was drive-in operations that were occurring at the time in 2018. You see here's the back door. Customers would drive in and receive their products and then continue out. But this also discloses, in compliance with 15025E2, the future intent of having a full drive-through operation. So while he was operating a drive-in at the time, it shows he's disclosed that he intends to have the drive-through in the future. And so the board here has the power to interpret section E2 of 15025
Okay, your time is up, so.
the light most favorable to the applicant, and that is what we're asking. I do apologize, I had much more to my presentation. I was told I was given 20 minutes to present. So I can skip through the rest of our slides, but there are two important documents I want to point your direction to.
Okay, let's just stop here a sec. Is the pleasure of the board to hear the rest of the presentation?
I'd like, it needs to wrap up, but I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the rest of the presentation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So first is a letter from Sean Connell, which is in your packet we provided. This letter states that he was the cannabis program manager for Mendocino County from January 2019 to October 2019. Prior to that, he worked in the county planning and building department. He was well aware since 2016 that Cure was operating this drive-in. He says county workers certainly were aware that sales were occurring from the back door prior to 2018, which meets the definition of a drive-in. Patients weren't forced to come into the facility to complete the transaction. And he restates that at that time in the regulations, it was the regular course of dispensary operators to allow drive-in and drive-through purchases for deliveries for patients in need. There was no regulation at that time that you had to have a separate permit in order to operate a drive-in or a drive-through. Secondly, we sent you a packet of emails. The first email is from Lauren Mendelson to the county, where she states, in December of 2019, I'll paraphrase, I'm not going to read the entirety of the email, but she does state in there, Russ of Cure Wellness informed me that you've spoken with him about this before and that you verbally told him that Mendocino County is okay with Cure Wellness continuing the use of the drive-through. However, my client needs some evidence of this to show the BCC. So here she's writing to Vandy Vandewater of the county, where it's clear that previously Vandy has made oral representations to Cure that they know there's a drive-in operating and that they can continue this drive-in operation. There's detrimental reliance because Russ relied on those statements. Fast forward, and he asks, he says, Julia was curious before we discussed this with the director. What improvements would need to occur for the driveway to be fully operational? Is there already a window? Would a window need to be installed? Does the drive-through road need to be improved? And then our client responds that it's pretty much, it's in operation. He just wants to make improvements to it. And then comes the answer on December 17, 2019, where Vandy Vandewater explains that I did get a chance to talk to the director, and he determined that the county code should really spell out the allowance of a drive-through for the department to permit such a use. For this reason, we cannot at this time allow Cure Wellness to operate the drive-through window portion of their business. So Brent Schultz took it upon himself to make this decision unilaterally based on the Mendocino County Code to say that Cure could no longer operate the drive-through, which the county had already given them oral assurances that they could operate. And so, although there's a lot more information I would like to present to you, I just really want to hone in on the fact that the county was fully aware of this. Russ made every disclosure that was possible in 2016 and 2017, given he had no information that disclosure would be required in order to continue those operations. And so on that basis, we ask that you make a decision that's favorable to the cannabis community and the cannabis operators in Mendocino County and allow this drive-through. It will increase revenue to the county of Mendocino, which I know we all want to see. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. At this point, we're ready for Supervisor Williams.
I can wait. You finish.
I was just going to say we're going to be ready for public input comment.
My name is Leslie Gravier. I'm the CFO for Cure Wellness. I'm also Russell's mom. Not too awfully long ago, we met with Mo out at the Cure Dispensary on 800 Lake Mendocino Drive, explaining our position to her. And I say not too long ago, although time passes really quickly, so it could have been a couple years ago. And at that time, we were in the middle of COVID, and over an email, the drive-through got shut down. For me, that was the most ludicrous thing that ever could have happened with this county. Russell failed to send in an email to somebody in the Board of Supervisors, and they sent a letter to cease and desist. I personally worked at the store during that whole time, had multiple people out of various counties that came either with their caregivers or drove themselves just to come through that drive-through to get their medicine. Not only was that a shot in the foot for the coffers of Mendocino County, but it was also a shot in the foot for the cannabis industry. The question here is not whether you can, it's whether you will, because really that's what it boils down to. The law is there. Russell had done everything he possibly could with that process. We're not going to get wealthy over it, nor is the county, but it's something that will help in the long run, and it helps your constituents in this community. So I want you to think very hard on that whole process when you're deciding, is this good, is it bad? One other thing that I want to bring to light, one of the board planning department said, well, they didn't do their encroachment. Well, we're not going to spend $100,000 to do the encroachment of our parking lot and then turn around and try to get this through and then tear that all up and then redo it if it is approved. So we have held off. We have spoke with, I don't know who in the planning department, because there's been so many over the past couple years, but spoke with them and asked for a time lapse to get that done. And once you guys make that decision on where we're going and what we're doing there, we'll follow the law, whatever is needed to get that in place. But I want you to realize that that has been a big detriment to us, your constituents, and profit for the county. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question, if I may. So, were you working there or present when the drive-through was operating?
Yes, I was.
And what was that from when to when?
Well, it was during COVID when the state said it was fine to go ahead and operate in the county. So Russell, was that in, I believe it was May through, I want to say it was 18 months from May 20 on.
And you had customers who were driving through, not getting out?
Constant, Ted,
Okay.
constant. We had customers coming in from everywhere. They still call me today. And those that are still amongst us, we had a lot that were terminal, and they would drive from Sonoma County just so they could talk to us.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other comments in the room?
I just feel like I should provide a point of clarification. I went to Cure Wellness on July of 2021, so it's been almost 2.5 years.
I'm Glenn Green. I'm Russell's father. Regarding the drive-through, I drew that map. And there was cars going through there buying clones in probably 16, 17. It's always had drive-through. When it was a tackle shop, they had drive-through. It's always had drive-through in that area. Now, my family's been here, like I said, since the 1860s or 50s. I donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to this community. So now I'm going to talk to you as a constituent of and a Mendocino County resident. I've sat here all day. I've listened to, let's increase the fees on everybody. Let's tax more. Let's do this. Let's do that. How about let's support a small business that wants to bring traffic off of the highway and generate revenue for this county? It's your job to approve this and support it. And you should be going, hey, we got CDBG, whatever it is, funding. Let's help him. You need to start helping the businesses here because we're the ones who give back. And if you don't help us, we don't want to give back. You do have the power to approve this. This is simply a he said, she said on what the documentation said. The fact is, county employees came in and out of there since he opened in 2015. They all knew there was a drive-through. That's fact. You will lose in court if it goes that far. Then you'll really be responsible. I'm just asking you to do the right thing. As a Mendocino County citizen, help the businesses. Open everyone you can. And everybody who's trying to be innovative and create revenue, it's your job to get behind them and help them. If there was some personality dispute or something, who cares? That's behind it. It's your job to go, no, we're going with this. You can do a stacking variation of variance if you want to help him get it open sooner. You can, there was no complaints during COVID. What about you if they were all over stacking? Okay, well, what about in and out stacking? It goes back so far they can't even use one driveway, which that would happen in Cure's place. They wouldn't be able to use one of their driveway if they exceeded their stacking. What about Calpella School? What about Frank Zeke? What about all these other stacking problems you have? You're worried about problems you don't have. The problem you do have is you don't have any revenue. So here's an opportunity to get some. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, the date strikes me as arbitrary. Equal treatment under the law. I don't see the public policy justification, County Council.
I think if you're referring to the 2018 date, I believe that that's related to essentially when people were on notice that the practice couldn't continue. So that has to do with grandfathering. Essentially, the state adopts a prohibition, but if you've already engaged in the practice.
I'm arguing that the state prohibition, I think, violates the 14th Amendment. What's the public policy basis for deciding we can't have a drive-through? You're creating classes. The businesses operating previously can, but a new business can't.
So I will say I don't believe that's going to be a 14th Amendment issue. In fact, those are generally inserted to avoid Fifth Amendment problems. The idea being that if you change the regulation on a business that's already operating, essentially you have potentially committed a regulatory taking. So the classification that essentially those before a certain date versus those after the certain date, generally based on notice, that's going to be
the date is arbitrary.
I believe the date is related to the adoption of the rules and when the public would be on notice.
So I'd like to move that we approve the appeal.
Second.
We're not quite ready for that yet. So we have to finish our public hearing. Is there any further public comment in the room? Is there anyone online?
No.
Okay. So staff, this is your chance for final remarks.
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I think the main thing, if the board is to approve the motion to uphold the appeal and allow for the drive-through window, that there are vehicle stacking requirements required under county code for 5 vehicles. That's per chapter 20.180 of county regulations.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I guess in the big picture, if our attitude is to find a way to stop projects, you can stop just about every project. You can always find something in code somewhere that will allow us to stop a project. If the board philosophy is we want to support business, you start by trying to find a way to piece together justification. We can find that justification here, right? I can find it half dozen different ways. And so I'm wondering what's happening in the big picture. We're talking about this particular project, but there's something going on where we try to say no to everything. And I don't think that's the board's philosophy, but somehow it's trickling down. I mean, what I've seen here, obviously it was used for drive-through. We have witnesses, we have a map, we have notification to the county, we have emails to the county. Why would we say no at this point?
Supervisor Jurdy? Oh, well, first County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit concerned that the record's starting to sound a bit like the board might be approving the appeal because it doesn't like state law. And I just, that could present some complications. I want to note, really the question in front of you is whether they are falling within the exception to the prohibition to drive-throughs under state law by virtue of having applied for the drive-through prior to the date. You have the application document. There's been a question as essentially whether the pathway labeled existing drive communicated that it was a drive-through as opposed to a driveway. That is the question in front of you, and I would just recommend that whatever decision you make, either way you go on this, you just have it on that basis as opposed to what your opinions may or may not be about the wisdom of the state statute that was enacted.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
So my question to staff is, if the findings are that there was a pre-existing drive-through and the board's determining that, what's the impact or what's the path forward for approving a drive-through? You said there has to be a design so that there's ability for stacking of 5 vehicles. If I understood the illustration shown, it looked like they had sort of a U surrounding the building. Seems just on the surface, without really looking at any details, it looked like there's room for 5 vehicles if you circle the building. But does staff believe that the stacking issue would be resolvable with proper design?
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I think there's adequate space on the property that the stacking issue may be able to be resolved, but there are minimum standards that just would need to be dimensioned on there. So it's hard to base it off of a drawing without me getting out a ruler and actually scaling it out. And the other piece that I was going to also include is the applicant, I understand it's included in the emails in front of the board as well, would like to make some improvements to how they operate their drive-through operations, which I believe would necessitate replacing a window, which would require a building permit to come through our office. I believe a building permit has been submitted. I'm not sure if it's for this exact scope of how they would want to undertake it, but a building permit would be required to make those changes.
Okay. But at least on a superficial level, it looks like there's the space to accommodate the drive-through with the stacking requirements, and issues like that and a building permit are not really discretionary. It's just sort of a matter of, is there space for it, and if there is, there is.
That is correct. And then I will just note, I believe the counsel for the appellant also noted this as well, that there is also an outstanding condition related to driveway improvements from the County Department of Transportation that does need to be resolved. And that's related to the original administrative permit for operations at this site, not this modification request.
Go ahead.
Perkins with Emerald Law Group for Cure. I just wanted to note there is a permit with the Planning and Building Department for the stacking requirement and the modifications that the appellant has sought, and it's been on pause for quite some time because of this denial.
Any other questions or comments from supervisors for staff or the applicants? If there isn't, then we can close the public hearing, and now we can deliberate. Or a motion?
Supervisor Williams made a motion. I seconded, and for clarification for county council's comfort, it was based on the timeline through which the business previously operated.
Agreed. So we're finding that they qualify under the exception.
So I have a question for county council or Planning Building Services. So many places also have curbside pickup. Is that not allowed in cannabis?
I'm sorry, I might ask Mr. Kudrowski if you could speak to that question.
So I think we would want to look at, it's typically this prohibition is really more instituted by the state. I don't know that I want to come out and absolutely say whether or not different sites meet those requirements based upon how they may operate their curbside pickup requirements. So if businesses that are listening to this do have a concern, I would encourage them to get in touch with our office, and we can try to do some level of vetting to see whether or not their operations are in conformance. But I would presume that they have cleared those types of operations with the state in order to have state licensure.
I was just curious about it because that's another alternative. And again, I get the point about handicapped access and why people might not want to get out of their car if they weren't physically well. And I just wondered if that was an option if we didn't go through with allowing a drive-through. Supervisor Hastrek.
Well, it just seems that there's enough ambiguity with all of these issues to, I can see what staff is saying, I can see what the applicants are saying, and in light of that, I'm going to vote yes because it just seems like we should err on the side of permitting this business to operate as they have, I guess, and it doesn't seem like there's a negative to that. There's not community outpouring of saying don't do this or anything, so why not go forward?
So two observations. When I was in Australia, one of the things that amazed me was a drive-through alcohol store where you put your order in and they brought it to you, and it was really stylish and really well done. So the convenience of not getting out of your car is widely appreciated not only here but elsewhere. The thing that disturbs me a little bit is that the supporting material we're getting from the applicant is really, really vague. And, you know, the kind of data that we're able to get off that map is pretty much non-existent, other than that there's a driveway behind the store. So that really kind of troubles me. And then we seem to have, you know, some level of stories, but, you know, there's no pictures, there's, you know, no supporting documentation to the drive-in that existed. How big a deal is it? Well, again, I think that what Supervisor Hashtag said, that there's no public outcry from the neighborhood saying, oh my God, the place is going to go downhill if we have a drive-through. And, you know, again, it seems like Planning Building Services staff has spent a lot of time on this, trying to determine whether or not this existed or whether this is something that is, you know, kind of thought of after the fact. Personally, I can't imagine anybody wanting to go through this much trouble if there wasn't some shred of truth to it. So, you know, that's all tempering my thinking on this as we try to make a decision. But any other further discussion from our board? Well, with that, I guess we can call for the question.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would suggest there may still be administrative permit conditions that may be relevant related to the creation of the drive-through. I would suggest that, remanding back to the zoning administrator with direction from this board to treat that as having been grandfathered in, but to otherwise process the permit.
Okay, well, we will give staff that direction.
I would ask for it as a motion.
As a motion? Okay.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any public comment? All right.
None online.
Okay, we'll call for the question then.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So just as an aside, I really would like to have the answer if we can figure out a curbside pickup, because that seems like that makes some sense in cases like this.
Yeah. So we've just been doing a little bit of research of state law at the time. We're not entirely clear on that point. There appears to be some indication that curbside might be allowed and that drive-through might not be under the state regs, but this is less than 5 minutes of research.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want you to spend hours on this, but I just wondered if there was a quick and easy answer to the question, because and it seems as though during the medical marijuana regulation years, you could even do home delivery. So in our very convenient DoorDash society, I just wonder, you know, there's probably, you know, we allow wine to be shipped to homes. So I'm curious about this, and you know, either we're all in or we're not. And I keep finding that we're making crazy exceptions to things in cannabis, which is legal. And we end up spending a lot of time spinning on things that I don't think are necessarily super important. Supervisor Williams.
Chair, is that something you can bring back as a proposal?
A proposal for curbside pickup?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything on the planning and building side that needs to be done. You could add that to your legislative platform for addressing the state law.
That's a good idea. All right, well, we're done with that. Thank you, everyone, for participating, especially our staff. Okay, so looks like we're down to agenda item 4F, which is Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. We'll start Supervisor Haschak, and then work this direction.
Well, I attended the CSAC conference in Oakland the other week. Lots of good presentations. I had a discussion with Fiona Ma, who's the treasurer, about our jail and the behavioral health wing of it. Her staff is looking into it. We're still in communication about, funding for it and looking at options. Also had a discussion with Sonoma County Supervisor James Gore about what they're doing with their SB, 844 money, the jail money. And I guess they're turning back $32 million because they're going into a Be Well program, which is coming from Orange County. And so it's, there might be this money returned to the state or not used, or the bond's not used. And so
I need to get all over that.
yeah, so we're looking at what options we have with the state treasurer's office. Okay, and then Covelo, the Clean California project for really for safety on Highway 162 has been completed to slow down the traffic, and that's what it's done. So, and then I appreciate Planning and Building Services, the short-term rental ordinance, or the community feedback that they did up in Willits the other night, last week, was well attended and good input. So I appreciate all the staff that attended, and that's it.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I submitted my report in writing through the agenda, but just wanted to point out a couple of things for my colleagues. There is a Hazmobile collection in Wallala, December 8th, and there's a large item dump day in Casper, December 16th. If you're near the Ukiah area, you might have been treated to a spectacular Ukiah Parade of Lights this last Saturday. If you weren't, you can see some of the videos on social media, or I can email them to you as well. And coming up on Sunday, December 11th, is my annual tradition, or December 10th at 11 a.m., my annual tradition of the Santa Stop, a community walk on the Great Redwood Trail, for anybody that's interested.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams? Supervisor Jordy?
Well, I want to thank Supervisor Haschak for his bringing to light the fact that Sonoma County is going to be giving back, relinquishing to the state $32 million or $34 million for the jail project. And I just hope that the executive office follows up on this. I know that there's no guarantee that the money could be made available to the Mendocino County Jail, but I do think that a legitimate argument can be made that the Mendocino County Jail serves our region, not just the residents of Mendocino County, and by the County of Sonoma not expanding their jail with these funds, it's quite possible we could end up arresting and jailing someone who also committed a crime in Sonoma County at some point, maybe more than once. And so I think there's a legitimate argument to be made, and my understanding, Supervisor Haschak said that Supervisor Gore and others in Sonoma County would support a request making the case that this is a regional reallocation of the funds to the Mendocino County project. And I would just note that there have been other examples where the state has reallocated funds from one project to another project in the same region. I know that 20 years ago, State Parks was giving up some transportation enhancement dollars, and the city of Fort Bragg made the case to the Transportation Commission, and they reallocated the dollars to another Fort Bragg project by the city of Fort Bragg versus State Parks. So I think it's not beyond reason to think that at least we could make the pitch and a reasonable chance of getting some of those funds. So I just hope that we do follow up on this idea that he's identified, because I think it's worth pursuing.
Chair, if I could add to that. Just, we are making the pitch. It's just that, like Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliff says, the money hasn't been allocated. It's that the money is, it's a difficult situation, but there's bonds out there that could be you know, they have $32 million that they could go for state bonds. And so it's a little more tricky than just, they got the money, they're giving it back, that could come to us. But we are pursuing all of those avenues to see what's possible. And that probably muddies the water more than.
Well, this is where we really have to advocate for our county, because this is something that we're seriously in the hole on that's really badly affecting our budget. And I think each one of us individually has had a conversation with somebody about the fact that this is unexpected expense, and it's crushing us.
Yeah.
It's crushing us to try to raise the funds to finish this project. So we'll continue to work with all angles to figure out how to get some help. So I have a couple of updates. I think this morning we talked about our efforts to try to help the assessor's office to improve property assessments, and I think this is we're going to hear from staff probably in January. We'll have an agenda item on it as to what we're going to do, because we're trying to be very holistic in our approach and make sure that we take all possible efforts to make sure that properties in Mendocino County are assessed adequately. The other thing that we've been working on, you're probably tired of hearing about this, but the decommission of the Powder Valley project. So there is a very good proposal put on the table to form a JPA consisting of Sonoma County, Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission, and the Russian and the Round Valley Indian tribes to take over portions of the project and to essentially assume the water rights in the tunnel and the transfer of water. And I'm going to be putting on the consent agenda a letter of support from the Board of Supervisors to PG&E to accept our proposals, saying that it's something that is critically important to the well-being of our community going into the future, that we have a sustainable water supply. So you'll see that soon. But everything is out in the open now, including PG&E's draft decommission plans. So the next steps on this is by the end of this year, we will have a new JPA in place that could do this project if PG&E accepts the proposal. And we have to have kind of draft outlines in place by March of next year, or an acceptance by PG&E in June, and then they will actually file their draft decommission plans in January of 2025. It'll take about probably 4 years of review by the Federal Energy Commission, and then from there, PG&E will start the decommission process. So we're probably looking at about 9 to 10 years before anything happens, and during that time, as far as I know, the diversion will continue to operate. So just want to give you a quick update on that, and that's what I have for you. And if there's no further business, I think we can adjourn the meeting. Okay, thank you all.